Good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order this public hearing on the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I am Councilmember Brooke Pinto, representing Ward 2 and Chairwoman of the committee. The time is 10:49 a.m. on Monday, September 30th, 2024, and we are conducting this public hearing in person in room 500 of the John A. Wilson Building and streaming virtually via Zoom and the council website and on YouTube and X at @CM Brooke Pinto. This is the first of a series of hearings I'm calling this fall on performance of the Office of Unified Communications to ensure needed improvements in accuracy, transparency, and speed are being made at the district's 911 call center. Alongside these roundtables and legislation, my team and I have been conducting regular unannounced biweekly visits to OUC to check on updates, to speak with staff directly, and to help inform the legislative oversight and policy work that we do every day. The purpose of today's roundtable is to discuss the recent operational failures and incidents at OUC. In emergencies, mere seconds can be a matter of life or death, so the standard for our emergency response must be 100% accuracy. Unfortunately, this has not been the case in recent years in the district. OUC's operational problems and mistakes have resulted in injuries, tragic deaths, and a public perception that calling 911 in DC simply won't always deliver speedy and accurate help when residents need it the most. All district residents deserve to be safe and to know that emergency response will be fast, well executed, well equipped, well staffed, and 100% accuracy day and night. The public is also entitled to robust transparency and accountability if and when operational failures do occur. This is why, alongside the oversight hearings I'm holding this fall, I've introduced the Transparency and Emergency Response Amendment Act to require the public release of after-action reports when errors do occur. I'll be holding a hearing on this bill later this fall. As chairwoman of this committee, I join residents and my council colleagues in expressing deep concern around continued errors and challenges that we've seen at our OUC 911 call center, given its critical place in our public safety ecosystem. In recent months, district residents have been troubled by numerous concerning events related to the district's 911 call center. These include possible blown addresses, delays in emergency response arrival, and technological outages. For example, this past May, fire and emergency services were dispatched to the wrong quadrant, with the caller awaiting firefighters who never arrived. In August, in a truly heartbreaking incident, a 5-month-old baby in cardiac arrest died while OUC was experiencing a 2-hour tech outage. There are reports that the dispatcher on the call may have made mistakes, such as dispatching fire and emergency service units that were already engaged elsewhere in the city and failing to verify whether responding units were actually on their way in a timely manner. The contractor who mistakenly inputted the software update that led to the outage has since been terminated. But we need to know about all of the circumstances that led to this tragic death, and we need to know what measures the agency has taken so the public can be confident that call takers and dispatchers are well practiced to complete their life-saving tasks if the systems go down in the future. When lives hang in the balance, it is critical, and I cannot emphasize this enough, that there is 100% accuracy for each and every emergency call. Anything short of this can lead to dire consequences. Since my time as chairwoman of this committee, I've sought to closely monitor and address the issues and operational failures at OUC that have impacted the ability of district first responders to respond to calls for emergency services in an accurate and timely manner through performance oversight hearings, roundtables, legislation, and in the work my team and I are doing every day on this committee in coordination with OUC. Today, I'm focused on OUC's recent operational failures, errors, and incidents since Director Heather McGaffin has assumed leadership of the agency. I'm focused on this piece first, as it is urgent that we learn what patterns of error or system-wide failures have occurred, what OUC has done to fix them, what the agency is doing now, between now to when it is fully staffed up to ensure consistency, accuracy, transparency, and speed in its operations. I do want to recognize some of the efforts that Director McGaffin and her team have taken to try to improve some of the issues with agency operations and understaffing. For example, the agency has used hiring and shift attendance bonuses to handle staffing vacancies and no-shows. reduced staff onboarding from 6 months to 3 months, implemented 40 hours of continuing education training requirements, hired a wellness coordinator to support staff, and completed 7 of the recommendations issued by the DC auditor, while others remain in progress. The agency has been very responsive to me and my team, and this ongoing working relationship is essential to ensure that OUC succeeds in its operations, transparency, and accountability. I also want to acknowledge the challenges that OUC faces every day. OUC, one of the highest 911 call volumes in the entire, has one of the highest 911 call volumes in the entire country. In 2023, the call center received close to 1.8 million emergency calls. District residents deserve that each and every one of these calls be answered with quick, speedy, and accurate response. And again, there is no room for mistakes when the stakes are this high. I also want to recognize the physically and psychologically demanding work that our 911 call takers and dispatchers do every day and night. Call takers and dispatchers do not just assist first responders. In my opinion, they are first responders. 19 states already legally recognize them as such. And that first responder work is as difficult as it is important. Levels of PTSD, mental health struggles, and suicidal ideation are known to be high in first responders, and it's crucial that we continue to support call takers and dispatchers in their work, even as we work to improve the systemic problems of the agency. I feel confident that our employees in the 911 call center want to deliver the best service to district residents, and we must equip them with the tools and training to do so. While I acknowledge the efforts that have been made in certain areas of agency operation, we must also recognize that the agency is still not where it needs to be. We must continue to work harder to improve operations, staffing, transparency, and the public perception of the agency. I believe that at least 2 main interventions are needed for OUC to achieve this accuracy, speed, and transparency, while also restoring public confidence in the agency's reliability and credibility. First, the agency must improve its informational accuracy and transparency following an error and rigorously comply with the transparency laws that the council has put into place. And second, the agency needs to get more staff in the door to fill vacancies and work shifts. This past Saturday night, I made an unannounced visit to OUC during the overnight shift. There were only 3 fire and EMS dispatchers who were present, when ideally there should be at least 6. Furthermore, there was only 1 EMS dispatcher handling dispatch for the entire city. I noted that there were only 15 call takers working that night, as 4 had called out. Ideally, there should be between 18 and 20 for this shift. This is not only unacceptable, but extremely dangerous. Staffing has to be a priority and the priority for this agency. Improving transparency and recruitment have been important pieces of my legislative approach. With regard to transparency, I introduced and the council unanimously passed emergency legislation of July this past year, requiring the agency to publicly post data each month on the agency's website on agency operations, such as call taker and dispatcher errors, number of shifts operated under minimum staffing levels, and other important metrics. The agency launched a dashboard with this important information the next month, which has provided the council and the public with an important snapshot of these agency operations. The council later expanded on that effort in my bill Secure DC. Secure DC included provisions that went even further for OUC transparency, requiring the agency to post even more granular information on its performance. I'm very disappointed that these updates have still not been produced on the dashboard. I will speak with the director today about when the agency will institute these crucial updates. The public is entitled to transparency, and it is also the law. And when we don't comply with the law, it continues to erode public trust. With regard to staffing, I introduced a bill last year to improve recruitment and retention at OUC and other critical public safety agencies. These agencies are crucial to public safety, yet continue to suffer from heightened long-term vacancy. My bill establishes a new director of recruitment and retention within the Office of the City Administrator and authorizes the mayor to directly aid agencies in hiring and retaining people for difficult to fill positions, such as providing retention payments and new hiring incentives for up to $5,000. For OUC in particular, the bill directs the agency to engage a contractor to develop and execute a campaign to encourage district high school age students to pursue a career at OUC, such as a call taker or dispatcher. There will be a hearing on this bill this October held by the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and I look forward to working with all of my colleagues to advance this legislation. In addition, I recently introduced another bill that provides free childcare to first responders at OUC, Fire and Emergency Services, and the Metropolitan Police Department to improve staffing. I'm looking forward to our continued work together to address these urgent issues with OUC operations as we seek to fulfill our mission that all district residents are safe and secure. With that, I will turn to my colleagues who have joined us today. I will start with my Ward 6 colleague, Councilmember Charles Allen, who is also a member of this committee. Councilmember Allen.
Thank you very much, Chair Pinto. I appreciate not just your actions this weekend of going to OUC, but for holding the roundtable this morning. I think one of the most consistent issues that I'm having constituents come to me about right now is the state of our 911 call center. I'm getting constituents concerned that they're not going to be able to get through to a call taker quickly. When they do, there are going to be errors, and they range from the minor to the near deadly. Let me just read a couple of residents who've reached out to me. Quote, on Sunday morning on September 15th, I was on the Anacostia River Trail where the trail intersects with Anacostia Avenue. I came across a biker who had fallen off his bike and was entangled in the frame. He was lying on his back, gasping for air, and had turned pale. There was another gentleman there who had arrived 2 or 3 minutes before me. He had called 911. He was on hold. I decided to call 911 because this guy was in very bad shape. It took approximately 5 minutes to get through to somebody. That was by Drew. Another, on May 13th, I experienced firsthand the terrifying reality of gun violence in our community and the urgency required of existing emergency services. I'm outside my front yard playing with my 2 children, aged 2 and 5, when suddenly 2 cars drive down 9th Street Northeast, exchanging gunfire. They discharged 20 rounds. In that terrifying moment, I throw myself on top of my children. Fortunately, my children and I weren't physically harmed. However, my car was struck by multiple bullets, one bullet lodging directly in my children's car seat. The thought of what could have happened haunts me. In the immediate aftermath, I dialed 911. As I waited to speak to an operator, each second felt like an eternity. Eventually, I was able to report the shooting, but it felt like a lifetime before I was connected to a 911 operator. When I later followed up with Councilmember Allen's office, I was informed I'd been on hold for about 1.5 minutes. While I understand it may not seem like a long time for someone in an emergency, particularly one involving gunfire, it feels endless. What if one of my children had been hit by a bullet? What if that 1.5 minutes had made the difference between life and death? I'm grateful no lives were lost that day. The experience underscores the need for improved response times for our 911 system. Time is crucial in emergencies and every second counts. That was from Leo. It's not just constituents that I hear from. I've experienced this myself. About a year ago at a community event in Southwest, we heard that smoke was coming from a home. So we ran over and we spotted the clear signs of a house catching fire. As the smoke continued to build, I called 911 myself. I was immediately put on hold. Nobody was there to answer. As the crowd gathered, I continued to wait on hold. We discussed what to do with our neighbors, and somebody decided someone was going to have to run into that building. And someone went into a smoke-filled home, ran upstairs to the bedrooms to check and make sure that nobody was trapped inside. They could barely see, they could not breathe, and they finally came out coughing, but were able to give the all clear. After about 5 minutes, someone did answer. Fire EMS showed up within 90 seconds once actually contacted, and they were able to knock the fire out fast. This isn't something we just hear about from our constituents. We are experiencing this ourselves firsthand. I think residents' confidence in our 911 call center has been shattered. Just the other day, I heard from a neighbor who spotted a fire that was starting and decided to run to the fire station rather than calling 911. The erosion of confidence in knowing that someone's going to be there to answer the call is devastating. And changing that is going to take a lot of hard work, and it's going to have to be a lot more than just optimistic talking points and press releases from the executive. I think it's important to say at the outset, being a 911 call taker is incredibly hard. What call takers and dispatchers confront on a daily basis is incredibly difficult to imagine. 1 minute, they're handling a call for someone experiencing mild chest pain. The other, they're trying to get emergency personnel to the scene of a homicide. OUC call takers are answering over 1 million 911 calls a year. It's incredibly stressful work. It requires extremely high attention to detail and awareness. It's also mentally, physically, and emotionally taxing. It can be at times a thankless job, but it is a critical and important one. We rely on call takers and dispatchers to answer the call and generate the most appropriate response every single time, so the police and fire and EMS can get there on time and provide assistance. The job's hard, and I can understand and appreciate why some people don't even want to apply in the first place. Or when they do apply and go through the rigorous onboarding process, they easily get burned out. They look for something else to do. This isn't new, though. It's not something we've just discovered. We've known it's a difficult job for years. What frustrates me is the continued lack of attention, creativity, and problem solving to make sure the agency is fully staffed and that employees are supported and given the tools and training they need to do their job well. I think it's important to step back and say that this doesn't mean the council hasn't tried. When I chaired this committee, we identified $100,000 in one-time funds for the agency to use in its recruitment and retention efforts. When my office asked about the status of those funds 3 weeks prior to the close of that fiscal year, they had chosen to only use about 15% of it, leaving crucial dollars for recruitment and retention on the table and unused. Similarly, Chair Pinto, with your work on making sure the public sees the data about call taking, dispatching, staffing of shifts and errors, it's my understanding, again, as you talked about, all that information is not being released and it's inconsistent. I think all of this is just further proof that we have an executive whose main priority seems to minimize public knowledge of internal agency dysfunction and that his budget priorities are elsewhere in the public safety realm. The problems we're seeing with this agency, however, are not going to be fixed by one bill or one director, though both are part of the solution. I think it's going to take years of dogged oversight. I certainly want to be your partner in oversight of that agency in the weeks and months ahead, because that's what it's going to take. Before I close, I also want to just express some quick, healthy dose of skepticism about some of the statements I've seen in the press. I see that OUC will be onboarding a graduating class of 31 in the coming weeks. That is great news, but I'm also highly skeptical about the claim that it's going to result in far fewer vacancies than what the agency has been seeing throughout the years. That's what I think we want to dig into in our oversight hearing today and ask our government witnesses. So thank you very much, Chair Pinto, for your work on this and look forward to partnering with you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Allen. So everybody is aware, we're going to follow the committee's normal practice and hear from the members of this committee first. So I will next turn to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Christina Henderson, followed by Councilmember Bonds, then Councilmember Nadeau, and then Councilmember Robert White. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chair Pinto, for calling today's roundtable, and good morning, everyone. The Office of Unified Communications has a mandate to provide 24/7 response to emergencies in the district. And for a long time, unfortunately, we have not been meeting that mandate. Where we see a failure, I believe as an oversight body, we must address it. And there have been a couple of things that have come up over the last few months that I find particularly concerning. Since December of 2023, there have been 18 technology failures at OUC that compromise the agency's ability to receive and dispatch calls. 18 times where the technology has failed. One technology failure lasted more than 17 hours. I understand that OUC has worked with the Office of the Chief Technology Officer to create an action plan to address these technology failures, but it shouldn't have gotten to that point. And furthermore, it shouldn't have taken months of asking questions in order for this information to have come to the forefront for the public to know. It's also not clear to me why the location determining technology has issues verifying cell phone call takers' locations. Even when accounting for calls from non-service initiated cell phones that cannot track locations, it is unclear to me why this technology is failing to deliver 50% of the time. 50% of the time the technology is failing. On the staffing front, we are aware that OUC has had a difficult time in terms of not just recruiting folks, but retaining their good staff. I proposed emergency and permanent legislation that allows for retired police officers and firefighters to work with OUC without docking their pensions, which allows for them to bring their expertise to the table and add some additional capacity to OUC. Another solution that the director and I have discussed over the last few months is around recategorizing our call takers and dispatchers as true emergency responders that they are, so that they can receive the salary commensurate and recognizing the value of their work. I asked OUC in an oversight letter to share some concrete steps the agency has taken to achieve this outcome, and I didn't receive a direct response. I'll follow up on that today. For existing staff, callouts are high. It's a little shocking to me to hear Councilmember Pinto recall what she experienced over the weekend, although not completely surprising. Over the summer, OUC had to institute an $800 monthly bonus for call takers and dispatchers that did not call out for a shift, $800 additional just to come to work each day. And when we look at the amount of money that we have spent on overtime through FY24 through the end of the third quarter, $3.5 million on overtime at OUC. This indicates to me that we have a staffing capacity issue and an agency culture problem that also needs to be addressed and improvement. I sent OUC an oversight letter in early August seeking some clarity on these issues and others. I want to thank the Office of Unified Communications for their response, and I plan to use my time once we get to questions to dig in further on those responses. Thank you so much, Chair Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Now I'll turn to my other at-large colleague, Councilmember Anita Bonds, and also a member of the committee.
Thank you and good morning, everyone. I'm here today to hear from the office, to hear from this important service that we have that really apparently from all aspects, from the public and here in the government, we feel is not doing its adequate job. And I really want to learn today why this is the case. And then what is it that can be recommended and implemented to make it better so that we do get to that 100%. I think 100% is difficult to arrive at, particularly when I'm just looking at the September numbers of the number of calls that were received, and only 85% were actually answered. I want to understand why the 15% were not answered. Moreover, I want to understand better about what is the magic for putting together a personnel plan that will work. And so that's why I'm here today. I know that it's easy to say, oh, it's not working, they're not doing a good job, and this is atrocious. I want to understand why we have reached that point of feeling and why we are conveying that message throughout the community. How did we reach this point? And how do we change that messaging so that we are, in fact, doing the job that we set out to do? So thank you, Chairwoman, for the opportunity to be here. I want to check on this with you. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Councilmember Bonds. Let's turn to my at-large colleague, Councilmember Robert White.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Pinto. Today, I join DC residents who are outraged and appalled by the years-long failure at our 911 call center to answer calls and get emergency responders to emergencies in times of crisis when seconds matter. The problems of emergency calls going unanswered or being dropped are unacceptable. The time for letting OUC and the administration handle it internally has passed. We have seen case after case where the agency tasked with helping to save lives is hampering emergency response. Let me be very clear. These failures are not just operational failures. They have led to real consequences. Long wait times when people are afraid and vulnerable, facing heart attacks, house fires, and violent crimes, and even deaths of residents who should be alive today. This is not an abstract policy failure. It's an operations failure that puts our city at risk. I am gravely concerned by reports of dispatchers mishandling low acuity calls and failures of new software rollouts. This is not just a technological glitch. It's a complete breakdown of the trust between the district's residents and a vital life-saving service. This is not a failure of a few individuals, but a systemic issue. DC residents and visitors deserve better. Lives are literally at stake, and we cannot afford one more call to go unanswered or mishandled. The status quo is deadly, and that must change. Our residents deserve it, and our 911 call takers and support staff deserve it. I introduced the Whole Government Response to Crime Act on October 6th of last year. Part of that bill required a quick turnaround 911 system improvement team of experts. I modeled this task force on the successful fire and EMS task force in 2007 in reaction to issues very similar to what OUC is now facing. Since the recommendations that came out of the FEMS task force have been implemented, the agency has evolved incredibly. In fact, FEMS now stands as the contrast to OUC. This is a time for action. Bringing in outside experts who are not afraid to give critical feedback and use best practices to evaluate every part of the agency is how we improve it. Today, I'll be seeking to understand the ongoing technological failures and plans for improvements. I'll also ask about OUC operations that I've heard concerns about recently. And I want to thank you, Chairperson Pinto, for your attention to this urgent issue. I look forward to hearing testimony from the public and from our government witnesses. Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thanks very much, Councilmember White. I'll now turn to my Ward 1 colleague, Councilmember Brianne Nadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for convening this roundtable today and for your unannounced visit last night, which was incredibly revealing and disturbing. We all know there are a number of serious issues at OUC, and I'm one of the council members who's been raising them for more than a year now. I'm going to put them into 3 categories so that we can better discuss what needs to be done here. First is a lack of urgency. We've been raising these issues for a very long time, and generally speaking, the response that we get from the administration is we're working on it. 2, lack of transparency. Many of us have requested very specific information. We've requested general information. We get stonewalled. I am still waiting on data that I requested this summer from incidents that occurred in May, with no explanation for as to why it hasn't been provided. And the third bucket is the failure to admit the extent of the problem. We've gotten reports that script and call menus that guide call takers to dispatch the right services are incorrect or contain insufficient information. This is a fundamental function of what our emergency call center does. I've got reports of responders being dispatched to the wrong address, resulting in deadly delays. Notable gaps in dispatcher training, both generally and specifically, on the use of location determining technologies. Insufficient training is a serious concern, and I really want to know how OUC is planning to address it. We know not nearly enough calls are being answered in the critical first 15 seconds. I used to be able to tell you how many complaints I've gotten about people being put on hold or dropped, but I've lost track. Most recent is this weekend after shots fired in a highly populated area, 5 minutes to connect to a dispatcher. Residents are scared that if they call, OUC won't answer, or will send someone to the wrong address, or will share the wrong information with the fire department or the police department. Many of these failures seem to reflect deeper systemic issues within OUC. And they've failed to answer truly what structural changes have been made to prevent these operational errors from becoming a recurring issue. Is there any audit or third-party investigation underway to review operations? What are they truly doing about the workforce issues? I know that they've offered bonuses, but what are the barriers to getting people to work? What are the barriers to keeping people in these jobs? These are jobs that are 24 hours a day, which means they must be challenging for people who have children or who are caregivers in some other way. How is our government trying to troubleshoot for what the workforce needs in order to show up on time, to show up consistently, and to correctly execute their jobs? At the council, we've been trying to do what we can to address these deficiencies, but we know the implementers are in the executive branch. So we can keep introducing legislation, we can keep renewing legislation, and we will. But what we need is action from the executive branch. And I think until OUC is honest with the public about what's really going on and how they're going to solve it, the public is not going to trust them or really anyone else up here. I am looking forward to the series of roundtables that you're convening, Madam Chair, and including the work that you and I are going to be doing together with the Chief Technology Officer. And while some of the issues here do have to do with tech, we know many, many more of them have to do with training, personnel, and management. And what I hope is that as we continue convening, we start hearing less frequently from residents about the significant delays and errors that they're experiencing on a daily basis. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Nadeau. So with that, we are going to turn to our witnesses. We're going to follow the committee's standard practice and hear from public witnesses first, with those who are joining us in person, and then our public witnesses who are joining us virtually. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to present their testimony, and those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. So I will call our first panel of public witnesses to the table. If the first person can sit to my right, and we'll move down that way. David Hoagland, President of the DC Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36. Janelle Pagets, Chair ANC 3C03. Nini Taylor, Public Witness. Robert Davis, Investigative Journalist, 6 minutes to live. All right. We will begin with you, Mr. Hoagland. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto and other members of the council. Thank you for facilitating today's hearing. The District of Columbia Firefighters Association, IAFF Local 36, appreciates your leadership as well as the work of your staff to understand the public safety challenges in our city. I appreciate the opportunity afforded today by this hearing to have honest discussions on potential solutions to overcome shortfalls at the Office of Unified Communications. Sadly, there have been multiple high-profile incidents created through these shortfalls. I'm concerned that these incidents have eroded public confidence in our emergency services, which is concerning to me both as a DC resident, but also for the safety of my members who are placing themselves in harm's way. Communication is one of the key components of efficient operations. We are appreciative to be part of the collaborative effort to offer solutions to improve the service delivery of OUC to not only the residents and visitors of the district, but to other district agencies that OUC serves. I want to thank Deputy Mayor Appiah and Director McGaffin for giving us a seat at the table at a newly established biweekly FEMS OUC work group that is committed to improving the working relationship between our two agencies. You often hear us talk about applying the 3 pillars of staffing, training, and resources to the district's fire and EMS department. I think it would be helpful today to apply those same pillars to OUC. Staffing. The position of an OUC call taker dispatcher is a high-stress job that requires unique skills and abilities to be performed in a dynamic setting. We all know OUC has been faced with recent staffing challenges. It's an unfortunate reality that across the public safety sector, we are seeing similar trends of diminished interest in the emergency service professions. In the short term, we feel having a larger presence of our members working down at OUC could help provide some guidance and relief to call takers and dispatchers. Prior to the creation of OUC, it was commonplace to have members of DC Fire and MPD to supplement staffing. We feel this change could be readopted to be a proven practice. Our paramedic call taker pilot program is something worth exploring again as well, and Local 36 is an advocate for reinstituting this initiative and expanding it to include EMTs. Both of these would lead to the outcome of giving OUC time to train new employees and focus on recruiting high-quality applicants. We are excited about the OUC Explorer program and enhancing vocational technical programs in the district schools to continue to attract young people to careers in public safety. We will continue to push for our retired members to apply for positions at OUC as well. We currently have 2 retired members working there, and we have one more in the pipeline. I spoke to just one today who's filling out their application. The learning curve for positions at OUC is a steep one. We've had a lot of success in fire and EMS department training by training to national standards, as well as employing a robust, non-punitive approach to continuous quality improvement, known widely across our industry as CQI. Organizations such as the International Academies of Emergency Dispatch provide such certifications and accreditations that could be applied at OUC. We have a robust training program developed by our Fire Training Academy staff available to deliver to new hires at OUC. New hires also participate in ride-alongs at our firehouses in an effort to familiarize themselves with the work some of OUC's end users partake in, which are frontline responders like ourselves who are Local 36 members. We've all seen the articles that cite OUC as the busiest 911 call center per capita in the nation. Quality training can meet this service need head-on to ensure 911 calls are being answered and dispatched with accuracy and precision, and the proper resources are being sent when someone calls for help. Resources. All of this leads to resources. If the proper fire and EMS resources are being dispatched on every incident, we can ensure that more of our existing resources are available for other emergency incidents. The busiest call center, it translates into us being one of the busiest fire departments in the country. On fire-related incidents, it's imperative that we dispatch the proper amount of resources as well. If we do not assemble the proper amount of resources on a known structure fire, this directly affects the safety of our members. We are pleased that one of the goals in this work group is a CAD outage plan. As we continue to get to the root causes of the CAD failures over the summer, we need to make sure a strong outage plan is in place to ensure we can continue to help people in their time of need. Another goal of this work group is to focus on the dispatch of American Medical Response, or AMR, the direct dispatch of AMR. Local 36 has always maintained that we need to add existing resources to meet the increased demand for calls for service in the city. AMR was introduced as a temporary solution that we are still relying on. We are now going to change the way AMR is dispatched and send them on all basic life support emergencies. The position of this organization has always been that AMR is reserved for non-emergent calls, which is only a small portion of BLS incidents. We are disappointed that the department is moving forward with AMR direct dispatch tomorrow, rather than ironing out the details of direct dispatch in our joint working group with OUC. As you know, Local 36 is a solutions-based organization, and we look forward to continuing to be a collaborative partner with the council and the executive to improve service delivery at OUC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, President Hoagland. Janelle Pagetz, Chair ANC 3C03. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Pagetz, you're close.
Pagetz. Okay, great. Thank you,
Great.
Commissioner.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and your service to DC. I'm Janelle Pagetz, Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for 3C03, representing Woodley Park, and the current chair of ANC 3C, covering the neighborhoods of Cleveland Park, Massachusetts Avenue Heights, Woodland, Normanston, in addition to Woodley Park. On August 15th, 2024, a group of ANCs transmitted a letter as a follow-up to our September 5th, 2023 letter, signed by 126 current and former advisory neighborhood commissioners, to express our deepening worry about chronic understaffing, procedural dysfunction, and fatal errors by the Office of Unified Communications 911 call center. The most recent letter was signed by 132 current and former ANCs and ANC candidates, including 86 current commissioners from all 8 wards, who collectively represent nearly a quarter of the district's residents. As you are aware, on August 2nd, 2024, a 5-month-old boy died after going into cardiac arrest. At the time of the incident, OUC's 911 system had crashed reportedly for the 5th time since May 2024. Reports indicate that the family of the baby boy were unable to get through to anyone at the 911 call center for more than 10 minutes. When a caller was finally able to get through, public reporting indicates that the call was likely mishandled by OUC. We are heartbroken for this family and their unbearable loss they endure now. A 5-month-old was my neighbor. We are also appalled that OUC's dysfunction has been allowed to persist unchecked for so long. Since we first wrote over a year ago, OUC's performance has rapidly deteriorated. The agency continues to dispatch FEMS teams to the wrong locations. The agency still inadequately prioritizes calls. Residents report, and OUC's own data confirms worsening call answering times and dropped calls. And since OUC inexplicably launched its new call answering program, PowerPhone, in February 2024, amid these ongoing failures, the call centers experienced multiple system crashes. It is apparent that neither the director of OUC nor the mayor are up to the task of addressing these chronic problems. We therefore turn to you, the council, once again to finally do so. We cannot emphasize forcefully enough how desperate your constituents are to see you meet this crisis with the seriousness it demands. Time is of the essence. The council must launch an independent 911 task force to examine OUC's chronic failures and identify solutions to address them. We also urge you to fully implement items 2 and 3 listed in our original September 2023 letter, pertaining to robust data collection and the release of call transcripts and recordings to keep OUC open, honest, and transparent about its failures and progress. I received an email from a resident a few days after our latest letter was transmitted to you and covered in the media. They had a 6-month-old family member nearly die because responders were dispatched to the wrong address. She had attempted to get public records of the 911 call and ambulance ride and was redirected over 10 times in one day just to get the records, given multiple incorrect numbers, including to the child abuse hotline and 2 random cell phone numbers of DC residents. Thank you, Chair Pinto, for your response to our letter. So far, we have only received responses from yourself and Councilmember Parker on our request regarding this dangerous and dire public safety failure, which has only worsened since your last committee hearing on this in October 2023. It is not enough to have more meetings. The problems and the failures are known, and people continue to die because of OUC's failures. It is clear that the actions taken by your committee and the Executive Office of the Mayor have not yielded satisfactory results from OUC. In fact, OUC's response has been to double down on its lack of transparency, resulting in a rare media rebuke of OUC by a group of leading media organizations. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Chair Pagets. Next, we will turn to Robert Davis, investigative journalist from 6 Minutes to Live.
Esteemed council members, thank you. I'm Bob Davis, an independent journalist, a former paramedic, and co-founder of 6 Minutes to Live. We're working to prevent needless deaths by exposing critical flaws in emergency systems. I'm here today representing my EMS colleagues, Tom Buthelay and Hillary Gates. 20 years ago, my investigative series in USA Today titled 6 Minutes to Live or Die identified Washington as one of the worst places to suffer a cardiac arrest. Today, we're producing a documentary on DC Fire and EMS, which has reported significant progress in response to sudden cardiac arrest. Despite dramatic improvements at DC FEMS, issues inside the Office of Communications, problems that are hidden from public view, appear to be contributing to needless deaths. Washington's emergency response systems continue to struggle with significant challenges. I'm here today to say that you can save these lives. The responsibility for failing systems rests with its leaders who can remove obstacles. How? The basic formula for success comes in 3 parts: care, measure, act. Before I share the actions we're asking you to take, a little background. Progress, but not enough. Sudden cardiac arrest is the most vulnerable medical condition a human can face. When a healthy person suddenly drops clinically dead, they can be revived with swift action within 6 minutes. That action starts at OUC. Faced with my findings 20 years ago, Mayor Adrian Fenty vowed to make improvements here in the nation's capital. DC Fire and EMS has touted its rise from worst to first while pointing to dramatic survival increases in what is known as the Utstein guidelines. Utstein helps EMS agencies measure the performance of their crews by focusing on the most savable victims. It is the gold standard for measuring EMS systems performance. While DC Fire and EMS has arguably never performed better, the data shows the city still struggles to reach most cardiac arrest victims fast enough to deliver a life-saving shock. Overall survival in Washington remains lower than the national average, and tragically, survivors are more likely to have severe neurological damage. How can both facts be true? That's what we're exploring. The chain of survival has many links, and DC FEMS is just one. OUC's job is front and center for those first critical 6 minutes. The key here is chest compressions. When bystanders perform CPR, the results are better. The city celebrated when General Eric Smith, the Commandant of the Marine Corps, was saved after collapsing in a run in Southeast Washington. As passersby were put on hold and struggled to reach 911, a visitor performed excellent CPR until medics finally arrived. The DC system failed General Eric Smith, but he was lucky that a CPR instructor visiting Washington saw him collapse and bought him more time that was lost in the city's flawed 911 system. DC residents and visitors should not have to rely on luck. Amid the deluge of other 911 calls, the average 2 cardiac arrest victims a day that might be saved can get lost. To save them, we must care, measure, and act. Care. Every leader, citizen, and first responder must first care that people are dying needlessly. This is a matter of national urgency. Across the nation, the number of people dying due to system failures is equivalent to an airliner crash each day. If the aviation system was this unsafe, planes would be grounded and people would refuse to fly. Scrutinizing what happens down to the second in these first 6 minutes saves lives. And what has been proven to be the most effective intervention in the chain of survival? Telecommunicator CPR. The most critical care for the patient starts inside the OUC. Measure. To save these thousands of lives, emergency response systems must measure performance honestly. Response times and survival rates must be made publicly available, and they must be complete and true. Time is critical to survival of both the patient and their brain. DC paramedics need help from telecommunicators to improve outcomes. Telecommunicators should be valued as more important to the chain of survival in those first critical minutes than paramedics. Telecommunicators deserve the same quality assurance methods used across emergency medicine to learn from every call. The highest performing cities measure the time it takes for that first responder to recognize cardiac arrest on the frantic call. They measure the time it takes to dispatch paramedics. They measure the time it takes to get the caller's hands pushing on the victim's chest. They measure these times to learn to be faster. Act. Most importantly, proactive leaders at every level must take action to support their emergency responders so that our most vulnerable can be saved. This is an act of civic compassion. If you'll indulge me 15 seconds, I will just like to say, when you look closely at the DC Fire and EMS data, you will see stark survival disparities across your districts. These disparities in health outcomes are unacceptable. Residents in East Washington need not die at higher rates than their neighbors to the west. I've watched many hearings like this over the past 20 years, and I know how difficult it is for this council to affect change when the mayor does not see a problem. I ask that you take immediate action to ensure the next person who collapses in your district does not die needlessly. From your position of power, I thank you for your time, and we're available to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis, and thank you to all of the witnesses in this panel. For colleagues, we're going to do 5-minute rounds. So I want to start with you, President Hoagland. Kind of zooming out a little bit when we think about your practical experience on the ground and your members' practical experience, what sorts of communications issues are you experiencing? And when those errors do happen, what is the follow-up like with the agency?
Yes. So when we have just day to day, every day, there's some sort of minor error that's going on. It can be as little as we have a unit responding on a run and the call taker is updating the incident and it populates in our mobile data computer. But that same information is not relayed to the dispatcher. So if we're rolling down the road, focusing on a response and not paying attention to these notes, we might not get the updated call notes. Or sometimes, you made reference to incorrect quadrants. A lot of times our members are able to catch that just by looking at the notes or paying attention to the cross streets because of their knowledge of the city. And unfortunately, right, we love to show up to help, but one of the most challenging things for our members is showing up to one of these incidents where somebody's in cardiac arrest or somebody else is having a serious emergency, and they've already been trying to get through for several minutes or get us to the correct address. So that ends up being a real challenge and strain to our members. And an interesting observation between sort of the challenges that they face that compared to us is if we get dispatched on an incident, whether it's a fire, an EMS call, whatever, we're acting out that adrenaline through our actions, whether we're making entry into a building, putting out a fire, carrying a medical bag, doing CPR. The call takers and dispatchers, they hang up on the phone with somebody after them having the worst day of their life, and then they pick up the phone again, talking to the next person who's having the worst day of their life. But there's no outlet for that stress. Hence, I think it's a really great focus that we're focusing on staffing there, because if you're sharing that workload and people aren't overworked, then you're going to have a lot better outcomes. But yeah, it's very typical for us to get dispatched. Or September 3rd, we had a fire truck get dispatched, and the reasoning in the notes was for a baby that won't stop crying. And as a parent of young children, I can empathize with that struggle. By the time the firefighters got there, the baby was very happy. Maybe the sirens calmed them down, but that's an example of a really low acuity incident that we shouldn't be eliciting an actual response by apparatus, right? And if if we're spending more time trying to accurately dispatch that run and ascertain whether or not it's a true emergency, then I think we can get to a better place.
Thank you so much. And that's where I think that the coordination between FEMS and OUC is really important for that training. And training by people with a background and experience in public safety, I think is going to be really important. Chair Pagets, I want to ask you, you said in your testimony, we know what the problems are at OUC. But then you also said we really need to have a separate kind of oversight body to determine what the problems are and move forward. So as we consider our paths forward here, how do we reconcile those two? Because I agree with you, we seem to know what most of the problems are and that we need to implement some of the solutions that have been identified with the agency. And so I'm trying to understand what additional benefit a separate body engaged in this work would provide.
I think having allowed the agency to try and implement it on their own hasn't been effective. So that's why this setting up of an independent task force of experts to come in and say, let's address these critical things first. And there are 22 things in that plan. Like what's the easiest route, the fastest thing that's going to be the most effective for the most amount of people? I mean, I think the location tracking of where these calls are coming from, that seems like it's really basic technology. 911 is not new. So I think that solves a lot of, we're at the wrong address. We have a ton of tourists in this Washington, D.C. They do not really get the quadrant system, right? So I think that is one of the really critical low-hanging fruit paths of fixing a lot of this.
Mm-hmm. Well, in the location technology, I would agree with you that that is a humongous source of these issues. And that's something that we're working with the FCC on, because they currently have a 2-year window to ensure that the providers, the cell phone providers, provide those location updates before enforcement starts. And so that's something that we are partnering with the federal government on, because those updates need to come into effect. But thank you very much. Thank you all. I'm going to turn to my colleague, Councilmember Bonds, for a 5-minute round.
Well, hello, everyone, and I appreciate your comments. I want to ask of the firefighters in particular a little bit about, you mentioned your permanent call taker pilot program. How does that work? You say you've trained some of the call takers and dispatchers. So how does that work?
Yeah, so what that was is it was when we were implementing our nurse triage line, which is one of these avenues, conduits we have for lower acuity EMS calls, where it gets somebody on the line with a nurse rather than transporting them to an overcrowded emergency room. So during that same time, OUC was using a different type of dispatching template, but they trained a lot of our active paramedics in call taking so that they could use some of their medical expertise, because paramedics have pretty robust medical certification. That's a lot of training to help to try to better identify and the specific type of medical emergency that callers might be having, so that we can divert lower acuity calls from 911. But they're able to draw from their on-the-street experience of actually treating patients. So they might have a good idea of recognizing people on the other side of the phone and engaging and triaging the severity of their emergency. So that was something that was in place, and then we never implemented it after the pilot. And obviously, I think there's probably some hesitancy from the OUC perspective, because maybe they felt like, we were coming in there trying to take over, but really all we're trying to do is help, right? I think right now it's clear that they're in a staffing shortage. We have our own staffing challenges, but we can be there as an asset to help, and then also train and just exchange perspectives. A huge part of the problem, to Councilmember Pinto's question earlier, is that we try to get OUC members and our members in the same room so we can recognize the challenges from the call answering point to on the street and how those challenges translate. So something like this call taker program is a great way for them to interface, because there's just a lot more technical layers to emergency medical dispatching compared to police dispatching.
I thank you very much for that. I think that's an aspect of the whole system that many of us, miss. We recognize urgency in a caller's voice, but we don't know whether or not that and how it translates to the dispatching of the services that are needed. And I'm trying to understand, how are we training those who are, I guess, take the call so that they know that the anxiety, the screaming in my voice is that my kid fell, but my kid is on the ground and my kid is moving around versus he fell and he's not moving. Two different stages. And I'm using examples because I think that the public relates to the circumstances a little better in trying to understand what may be wrong. And so how are they trained? How are the takers trained so that they will distinguish? Do they look for one thing or the other? Because in my head, you call and you say, I'm having an emergency, someone is hurt. I say, send it directly to FEMS. And you, through your triage or what have you, figure that out, who the caller is, where they're calling from. You made a point of knowing the city better because of the work that you've done over the years and the requirements to be a firefighter. And so I'm just wondering if that is a system that we ought to try and see if we get the improvements.
Yeah, I think it's important to really take our time sometimes. I think sometimes they're under pressure to dispatch incidents within a certain amount of time because we want to be data driven, but we can improve our accuracy sometimes by spending a little bit more time actually correctly triaging the incident so that we can get it dispatched. And I also don't want to minimize, right, when those people call, in their mind, that's an emergency.
Yes.
It's not an emergency to us necessarily because we deal with it every day. We're used to it and we use that empirical experience. So we appreciate the public's concern about something, but we can also calm them and let them know when it's really time for help.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I'm really trying to discern what happens when I call and I'm anxious and confused. And then what happens when I call and like they're not breathing or they're not moving. So I'm just wondering how and we'll talk to, I guess, Ms. McGann about how individuals are trained and what are they to look for, as opposed to what is your emergency? What is your emergency? At least that's what they say when I've been over a few times to sit with them. Because if they ask that first and foremost, then you really get understanding of what is the situation when they call. So just thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto. Thank you so much for these witnesses. First, let me start with fire and the EMS. So with 2007, you all had to undergo a systems improvement process. I believe it was as a result of a lawsuit. Do you have a sense of the difference in operations management or technology that resulted from the 2007 reform effort?
Yeah, there were a lot of really productive things that came out of that. And there's some of, even though it was back in 2007, there's still a lot of a few things that are getting implemented as a result of that. But I think where it really benefited our department was it forced us to change and address these concerns. And you look at us now, right? If this was 2007, you wouldn't necessarily be hearing the accolades about our agency that you do now, right? And we did it through proven leadership, a really productive labor management partnership, and you know, I mentioned the OUC work group in our testimony that's just between us, our two agencies, but I feel as though I think OUC would benefit from above that, an even more robust feedback that they can advise the director and implement policy recommendations to really address the agency from the top down. Because I can't sit here and tell you that they're experiencing cultural problem or is it a training issue? I think it's a combination of all of that. And really what gets you through that is strong leadership. And that's why I think part of the reason we really pushed this retired bill with the help of Councilmember Henderson is you're all leaders. I'm up here with leaders in the community, and you all know with your experience in leadership that a lot of that comes with experience. So if we can take proven leaders from the fire and EMS department and MPD who really had effective experience in 2007 and implementing those changes and taking that down to the Office of Unified Communications, and I think we can get like a real productive partnership going on. And like you said, our department really benefited from that. I was hired in 2007 as a result of that. And we became a all hazards fully fire-based EMS system, which is pretty much the industry standard across the country. And it has really paid dividends.
I appreciate that. And, you know, I think it's important you touch on some of this, others have as well. We know that the response times and managing calls is not great. We don't know why. We know there are a lot of people not showing up for shifts and there's understaffing. We don't know why, and you can't fix those issues without knowing why. We know when Councilmember Pinto did an unannounced visit, there were not as many butts in the seats as there were supposed to be, but we don't know why. You know, and so you can say, well, we got this graduating class and we're going to, you know, put them in. But if folks aren't showing up, or if they're leaving, you have to know why before you just kind of throw new people. You don't know which aspects of management, which aspects are technology. So in a sense, we can't fix something if we don't know what we're fixing. And often we need to bring in outside people who have expertise and experience. One of the things you mentioned in your original testimony, Mr. Hogland, is diminished interest in being a 911 call taker. Do you happen to know if that is a national issue?
Yeah, you don't have to look far. If you, like I mentioned that Academy of Emergency Dispatch, there's some other organizations as well. I'm blank on the name. I think there's one that the director's affiliated with, and they're having a national conference about the crisis in emergency call center staffing, right? And I think something we talk about is it's an incredible honor to be a firefighter in the District of Columbia. This is an incredibly unique place. You get to help people every day, and it's real and true emergencies. And I think you can attract people to work at the call center for that same reason, because you'll come here and you'll get real world experience, and you'll go home from work every day, albeit it might be stressful, but you know that you help somebody get through a moment of crisis. And that's why I think if we keep focusing on some of this robust recruitment, we can attract that labor pool. And then also, I think it's really good that we're starting up this Explorer program, right? Because we have this entire hiring pool of district residents, and we want to create a really strong pipeline. So that's why I think it's important that we're seeing this resurgence in vocational technical education, because we can use that career pathway and get people when they're younger and get them attracted to this career. It's, you know, there's a lot of people on our job who used to stop by their neighborhood firehouse when they were kids, and they would just talk to our members and they'd stay in touch with them, be an informal mentor. And then it's always a pang of pride when then we see that kid grow up and go through our academy and then be on the fire truck.
I appreciate it. I had a couple more questions. Could I squeeze in one short one, Chairperson Pinto?
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you mentioned in your testimony how important it is to have measure response times honestly, and you mentioned best practices to measure various times. Do you have concern about the accuracy of the response times we measure, and of the best practices, roughly how many do we measure with respect to response times?
Well, the bottom line is we really don't know because the data is not publicly available. So my concern is that are these segments that are measured by high-performing cities and routinely measured? How fast is dispatch going out to the crews? How fast are hands getting on the chest? How fast is cardiac arrest being recognized? We just don't know. The public doesn't know what those are. Those measures have been proven across the country to lead to more life saves. And that's what DC FEMS is up against. They're doing their job. They're doing incredible performance measures, incredible reviews, dissecting their performance and giving feedback to crews in real time. So this question of they know when they've helped somebody, my heart goes out to these call takers in DC. Do they know when they're helping anyone? Is there anyone helping them with training? When it's the oversight and the feedback for any clinician, we go into the field with our training, but we learn every day from every case. Our competency increases because we are in a constant state of learning. So training is really important, but you need that critical feedback, non-punitive feedback. I feel for these communicators right now because they're the focus and we don't know who they are. The people who are in, as you said, in those seats, they're doing courageous work. And I think of them like I think of pilots. Do they have the safety in the system to support them? No pilot goes to work to crash a plane. No clinician goes to work to hurt somebody. I'm sure that nobody in that center seeks to drop the ball on the people that they are there to serve courageously. So my concern for them is when in an embattered system like now, as a journalist, this is my job. I go knock on the door and everyone scrunches up and gets defensive. That's not my intention. My intention is to bring resources and support to them so they can do their job. I hear they're working 16 hours. I mean, that's impossible. That's not, the seats may be empty because people would be passing out at 3 a.m. if they've been working 16 hours. So I make no judgment about these people. I haven't seen it. And I found that when we are able to go into places across the country and see what's happening, we can be much more informative in our reporting. I've seen it with my DC ride-alongs with the fire department. I was riding Friday night.
Let me pause
Yeah.
because I'm over time and I want to be respectful of the
Thank
committee.
you.
But thank
Sorry.
you so
I-
much. Thank you, Ms. Payne.
I don't honor my own 6 minutes very well. 6 minutes goes fast. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson Pinto.
Thank you, Councilmember White, and thank you. I think that's a very important point and is part of the answer to when people are calling out. If they were used to doing 8-hour shifts and now we moved to 12-hour shifts, some doing 16-hour shifts. Of course, people should be showing up to their shifts, but it makes sense, human behavior, and exhaustion. Okay, I'm gonna turn to Councilmember Nadeau for a 5-minute round.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Hoagland, I wanted to ask you a bit about PowerPhone. And thanks for the work that you all are doing to try to fill in the gaps here. OUC has really pointed to the transition to PowerPhone as being a solution for many of OUC's chronic challenges. Do you feel like that's come to fruition so far?
We've been heavily involved in the implementation and I can kind of speak generally about it with my experience, but we implemented it within the past few months. And I think we're still seeing a lot of the common errors we've had with whatever system that's being used down there. And there's been a lot of complicated programming and layering related to PowerPhone that we've been working really hard to get more accurate. And I think we're getting there. But I think I would definitely encourage you to follow up with the executive when they testify, because they can probably provide you with some more concrete details of that. But we have not seen a marked change in our operations as a result of the PowerPhone in terms of the perspective of OUC dispatching our incidents.
When you did the pilot that you've talked about, you were able to see an increase in referrals to the nurse triage line. Do I have that right?
Yes.
We have seen a decrease in referrals to the nurse triage line in recent months since PowerPhone has been implemented. What is it you think made the pilot work for work with nurse triage line? Like how did you achieve that?
So we were using something called criteria-based dispatch at that time. And my understanding is that the support for criteria-based dispatch does not exist anymore. And that's part of why we transitioned to PowerPhone. From what I've been told, part of why we haven't had as many nurse triage line referrals is because it's only being used something like 2%, because the dispatchers don't have the right call type with power phone to actually transfer the call correctly to the nurse triage line. So that is one programming error that's created challenges in referrals to the NTO.
Meaning there's a technical reason?
Yeah. And so I would, it's certainly something that I think we can follow up on, to Councilmember White's point, right? The state that we were in 2007, a huge way that we've gotten to where we are now is really robust oversight by the council for a long time. So the nurse triage line is, I want to be clear, it's not the solution to all problems, and it's been a good resource, but it certainly hasn't functioned the way we wanted it to in terms of reducing call volume. But to really get hard data and evaluate it as an effective program, we need calls to actually get referred to the NTL. And I think that speaks to, some of the pressure that the workers are under to quickly dispatch something.
Yeah. Well, and to me, it seems like, I don't know, I'm not wild about this idea of a public service campaign being the way forward here, because the public is already frustrated enough. They're tired of being told, oh, it was your fault. You didn't hold on long enough. We would have called you back, et cetera, if you hadn't called back again. So now putting it back on the public, especially after there was a period of time where we said, call 911 for everything, right? We keep changing our mind. So that to me is getting the call takers to be the ones who can quickly divert. Seems like a better path forward. I wanted to ask, and Commissioner, thank you for your testimony too. I wanted to ask Mr. Davis, is there an emergency dispatch center in another large city that you can think of that has recovered from serious challenges and failures? And what do you think they did to make that transition?
Yeah, there are many, and I would invite experts with more knowledge than myself to answer that specifically. But if you look at the lighthouse cities across the country with the highest cardiac arrest survival rate, which is online and the materials that we've shared with you, you'll see the list of high performers. And that's, no one has started measuring their performance and not been at an unacceptable level. It takes great courage to do this and to support your folks and move to a higher level of performance. There are many who will be helpful, but I also must say, many are watching Washington because of the incredible strides that have been made here over the past 20 years with DC FIMS. This is a model for the country about how to do it, how to measure, how to pay attention, put the resources, give that critical oversight. And I'll just say this about cardiac arrest. The reason cardiac arrest is such an important measure, if you have more than 1 million calls a year, this is the call that if you scrutinize and you pay attention to how the system worked, it tells you about the entirety of the whole system. It tells you everything you need to know for the sake of the victim who is most savable. So this is a needle in a haystack because there are 2 cardiac arrests here a day that are savable on average. And out of 1 million calls, how that dispatcher discerns that and how that dispatcher starts that care right in those first moments is a clinical matter, and they deserve to be treated like clinicians with support.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau. I'll now turn to Councilmember Henderson for a 5-minute round.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman. Ooh. The Mondays. And thank you so much to the public witnesses for your testimony. I didn't get a chance to catch everyone's full statements, but I'll certainly read your written testimony. But there are just a couple of things I just wanted to ask. Mr. Hoagland, something you mentioned to Councilmember Robert White around it's not just one thing. It's a confluence of things that are sort of coming to a head sort of all at once. What is your suggestion on what is the most critical thing to focus on?
I think Councilmember Pinto's visit over the weekend kind of highlighted it, and that was staffing. And just getting, like in my testimony, I mentioned we've got people who before they were firefighters, they worked in other dispatch centers and in the region and in the country. And we have some people who have that experience who, with some of our active members on the job, who would happily, I think, go down there and provide some relief. And at least in our mind, I think what that would allow for is for them to focus on more training, focus on more CQI endeavors, and just kind of give them room to breathe, to focus on not be stuck in this reactionary cycle of every single day, how are we responding to the next crisis, but looking forward and down the road. Because if you're stuck in these cycles of CAD failures and all these other things that are going on, you can never focus on the larger picture of addressing some structural changes that we really want to make to improve the 911 delivery service here in the
Right.
district.
So I would ask this question of any of you, what I anticipate one of the things that the government witnesses will say is that, well, we've done a good job in terms of recruitment. We have these large recruitment classes coming in. We have all these people who have applying for these jobs. And still my response to the deputy mayor is like, well, we're still spending almost $4 million on overtime, which usually says to me, there's something wrong on the staffing side of things. Are we not hiring the right people? It's a stressful job, right? You are getting people at their peak in terms of a lot of information sort of all at once. I guess I'm just trying to better understand, is it a pay issue, right? Doing these additional $800 bonuses if you come, like, what is the part that can fix on the staffing? Just from the culture or morale standpoint, because what I find is that for some folks, you lean in more when you feel like you're being valued in your work. Thoughts?
But
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
my immediate thoughts when you say what we focus on, it's patient outcomes and responders' well-being. And I think that that's what you're getting to here. I may become a telecommunicator and for all the right reasons, and I may get into that situation and be surprised at what the job really is.
Yeah.
So while recruiting and training is really important, my number one concern for people who are in those seats is how are they doing and how are we doing to support them? Because it's just like being a paramedic. You think you know what it's like, and then you get on the street and you learn what it's really like. And if you're not in it for the right reasons and committed to it and able to grow and thrive and help people, then you're going to burn out. It's not going to be for you. So I see these telecommunicators like paramedics. The nation hasn't really seen them that way till now. And now is the time for us to really see them like a paramedic. We invest in them. We understand the expertise. We support them. We learn from their every call, their every interaction. When you pick up that phone, it's an incredible experience. It may be chaos. And to discern what's going on, you can be guided by a computer program, which is helpful, but it's not about the computer program. You absolutely have to have experience to be able to discern what's happening with that caller. So,
And I mean, the experience piece, I think, is one of the reasons why we work to try to get some of the retired firefighters and police officers in, because they have experience in sort of those high pressure moments. With my last few seconds here, one of the things that I've been sort of trying to move us to is what you're sort of saying of treating 911 call takers as true emergency responders from the paramedic standpoint. Because when you think about, like, they deliver babies or instruct people on how to catch a kid in those moments where the EMT is not there. In other jurisdictions that you're familiar with, how do they categorize their 911 dispatch and call takers?
I think there's a wide variety of it. And I'm not the one to answer it. I've seen a wide variety of those classifications, and it depends on each government structure. But you're pointing to that scope, and we have this personal connection to their work. So however they're classified, however they're paid, whatever that structure is, I think that is the challenge for the city as the government entity to figure that out and then provide that support for them.
Yeah, he mentions the clinical aspect of it. And for years, we could not keep a medical director here. And then we had Dr. Robert Holman here for a number of years. Now we've got Dr. Bitberg, and they are committed to the clinical care side of things. And I think anything we can do at OUC to provide them with robust medical direction, whether it's through the fire department medical director to help them guide those clinical decision makings and the decision making and help them support, because it's a balance, right? If you're in a busy system, you're going to have provider burnout, whether the provider is a call taker, a dispatcher, a firefighter, et cetera. And I think providing them with the support, whether it's just the standard better, advocating for better working conditions, providing them with robust mental health support to deal with their on-the-job stressors, but simply kind of getting to the root of just really sitting back and watching and looking for patterns and then addressing those patterns. And that's kind of why we had a lot of luck, like I mentioned in my testimony, with really good CQI and non-punitive CQI. So not calling somebody in the office saying, hey, you're going to get fired, but saying, hey, this happened on this incident. Let's think about how we can do a better job.
Mhm.
Let's go back to our protocols, our emergency medical dispatching protocols, because those exist, right? That's the certification emergency medical dispatcher, and provide them with support, so that you have a lot of retention. There's a tremendous amount of seniority. I've always been told anecdotally on the MPD side at OUC. They have some very long tenured dispatchers, and I think we should look at why maybe that's not happening on the fire and EMS side.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. And I'll just note, I totally agree that we need to be designating and treating our 911 call takers and dispatchers as first responders. The childcare bill that I introduced and that you were a co-introducer on, Councilmember Henderson, clarifies that definition as first responders. And we are also working with the federal government on their change in designation, which has been one of our particular hurdles. One of our additional hurdles is not being a state yet. Okay, well, thank you very much to all of our witnesses, and thank you all to the work that you do every day to keep us safe. I'm now going to call our next panel of public witnesses who are joining us virtually. Kia Chatterjee, public witness, Jonah Goodman, public witness, Jeffrey Ruckauer, Commissioner for ANC 2B02, and Dave Statter, Safety Advocate of Statter 911 Communications. Public witnesses will have 3 minutes to testify, and those representing organizations will have 5 minutes. We'll begin with you, Ms. Chatterjee.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chair Pinto, council members Allen, Henderson, Bonds, White, and Nadeau. Really glad to see so many folks here today. My name is Kia Chatterjee. I'm a former ANC commissioner in Ward 6, and I'm currently a constituent of yours in Ward 2. So it's very nice to meet you virtually, Councilmember Pinto. I'm also here today, like many others, to urge transparency and an independent OUC task force as a key step towards a working 911 in DC. My mom lives nearby in Montgomery County, Maryland, and her life has been saved multiple times by timely 911 operations. Every single time 911 has picked up immediately and an ambulance has showed up in minutes. I would love for my mom to live closer to me and in DC, but at this moment, I do not feel confident that that is safe. And I am not the only one. The media are boycotting briefings because they are a sham. The mayor is gaslighting reporters and dodging questions. I'm also submitting for the written record a list of many residents who I've spoken to who have all signed a petition asking for transparency and an independent task force. And a group of us would also love to request a meeting to talk about this more. It's sad that I have to request that meeting because we shouldn't have to advocate this much for transparency and an independent task force. And I want to be clear that transparency will both promote accountability, but it'll also increase trust that we have in the public that this is fixable and that we're on the path to fixing it. Obstruction and opacity has led to an incredible amount of distrust and lack of accountability. Everybody I have spoken to on the street has a story. So many residents, even with disparities, even in Ward 2, people are experiencing incredibly long wait times. And you, as the council members, can fix this. I think that one of the important first steps is having hearings on some of the bills that have been put forward and adding to them some rigor around both transparency and accountability. Thank you for all that you are doing and continue to do. And I hope that we stop having to advocate for a 911 that works, because it really should be very simple. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chatterjee, and welcome to Ward 2. We'll now turn to Jonah Goodman, public witness.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think everyone's repeated this, but on a weekly basis, there's stories in local news, Reddit, Twitter, forums of residents just constantly having issues getting through and getting support they need. But none of this is new. As the chair mentioned in the opening remarks, there's been issues that have been persistent and unaddressed now for years. I was testifying in hearings like this back in 2019, 2020 as an ANC commissioner, echoing what Commissioner Pagets just said, that they have repeated the same asks, similar asks in 2023 and again now in 2024. There are three parties that are responsible for ongoing failures of the 911 system: the director of OUC, the mayor, and the DC council, including the committee that has oversight that we're talking with now. There are other experts like Dave Satter, who will be testifying today, who can better explain the constant issues and fixes that are being recommended for years. I want to highlight DC Council's role in letting things get to this point. First, council members are trying to fix things, and this committee appears to be stalling some of them. Councilmember Robert White submitted a bill in October 2023 that would create a 90-day task force to review OUC operations. I believe that portion of his legislation has sat in this committee for a year. We could have been on our fourth 90-day task force since he submitted it had it been moved forward. Councilmember Brandon Doe submitted a bill in December 2023 to fire and EMS calls be handled separately from police emergencies. 5 other council members co-introduced that bill. This bill has sat in this committee again for over about a year, and to my understanding, there's no action on that. Multiple council members, when I've reached out to them, have said that they have trouble getting this committee to move forward with hearings and potential votes on them, and they're not receiving answers. As a resident reading these responses, I'm perplexed at how internal council processes seem to be blocking progress on OUC oversight and fixes. Second, the council members who introduced these bills and others supporting them and calling for things can be doing more. Council rules allow for discharge petition to force these bills out of this committee when it sits on them without any action. If continual issues of 911 failing residents and this committee sitting on them for a year isn't a prime candidate for a discharge petition, I struggle to find a better use case. If the threshold for a discharge petition is too hard to overcome, then those of you worried about this should be introducing council rules to change it so committees can't indefinitely block these safety fixes. Additionally, if you serve on this committee and bills and hearings are being stalled, then change the council rules to move this forward. And finally, I have to believe one of the reasons that we're here today is the tragic death of a 5-month-old baby back in August that we've talked about. While we likely will wait for lawsuits to play out and understand fault, we know there were numerous mistakes at 911 OUC during the emergency call that led to significant, possibly deadly delays. Public officials, many of you put out statements expressing anger, disbelief, and despair that this happened. The chair of this committee shared in their August newsletter, quote, "Lives depend on getting needed improvements in place at OUC." I think we all agree with these comments, but we've agreed with these for years and nothing has happened. However, after this death, council went on recess for several weeks. So you took a trip to Chicago, posted photos of you at your social media accounts at parties, enjoying yourself, having fun. While lives depend on getting improvements in place at OUC, why is oversight moving so slowly? There's zero urgency in fixing OUC, and this is a point of a failure that's reaching levels at the council level who can do something more than write stern letters. The mayor seems unwilling to lead here and implement needed change. The council is the last stop for oversight, and to restore public trust of 911 will work when it's needed, and not that someone will answer the phone maybe 80% of the time. Thank you for having this conversation today. I really hope there's significant and urgent movement towards fixes soon. We can't keep waiting on hold.
Thank you, Mr. Goodman. Jeffrey Ruckauer, ANC Commissioner for ANC 2B02. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Council Member, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm Jeff Ruckauer, ANC Commissioner for 2B02 in DuPont Circle, and my testimony today does not reflect an official position of ANC 2B. There's no way to overstate that the proper and effective operation of the Office of Unified Communication is critical to the safety of everyone in the district, resident, worker, or visitor. In spite of efforts by concerned citizens, ANC commissions, and the Council, OUC's mistakes and failures continue to pile up. Constituents frequently tell me of problems and delays having their 911 calls answered and arrival of requested aid. I've experienced this myself. I'm sympathetic to the conditions operators experience and strongly believe they deserve praise and respect for their work in such challenging conditions. That said, the nonstop parade of mistakes and failures, plus her unapologetic refusal to accept transparency, accountability, and compliance with the law has obliterated Director McGaffen's credibility. On October 5th, 2023, I provided testimony for the OUC Communications Transparency and Accuracy Amendment Act of 2023. At that time, I urged the council to include requirements that the call center attain and maintain accreditation by IAED, the International Academies of Emergency Dispatch, require that operators be individually certified and recognized and supported as first responders. These changes would go a long way to make working for OUC more attractive and professionally fulfilling. I also recommended that specific consequences for non-compliance be baked into the legislation. None of these recommendations were acted upon. I, along with many of my constituents and the rest of the district, continue to be appalled and outraged at the state of OUC, for which plenty of blame lies with the council. And as much as I dislike saying, "I've told you so," I must say, "I told you so." Director McGaffen's disdain for national standards and best practices is unjustifiable, and the council must stop accepting her refusal to run OUC properly and responsibly. Yes, other centers have staffing woes. Former interim director Cleo Subido warned the executive in 2021 about impending staffing disruptions and other failings of the agencies. She was retaliated against and fired. The executive failed to address the staffing situation, and it was allowed to become what it is. Our other centers have issues, but none that I'm aware of are the subject of constant media coverage of the types and frequency of mistakes and failures that OUC is. By requiring continuing accreditation and certification, the center and operators are given a framework for success and outstanding work. There is nothing preventing accommodation for requirements specific to our environment, as the director has claimed otherwise. Instead, we have call answer times below national standard. We have operators who lack adequate geographical knowledge of the city, even where major landmarks and destinations are. We have frequent mistakes recording or communicating addresses, delaying responses to calls, lack of awareness of where responders are and which is closest to a call. We have frequent lack of coverage for the radio system, with calls to dispatch going unanswered for unacceptable periods. We have frequent miscommunication or lack of communication with other agencies operating in the district and with neighboring jurisdictions. All of this jeopardizes lives and contributes to unfavorable outcomes that most likely could have been avoided had responses been accurate and prompt. Compounding the problems, Director McGaffen continues to refuse to commit to transparency, timely presentation of relevant or required information, and responsiveness to the public and the media. And she does this with the full and express backing of the executive. WJLA-TV aired a report on September 20th that plainly displayed the lack of concern by the director and the executive for the gravity of the situation. As I said in last year's testimony, the council has not acted on multiple opportunities to exercise its oversight, responsibility, and authority to intervene, compel compliance. Last year's bill continued in that vein by failing to provide any means of compelling compliance or consequences for scenarios of sustained failure to comply. This is the Achilles heel of much of DC legislation, which in every case results in suboptimal agency performance and failing the public. I again urge the council to require accreditation of OUC and certification of operators as a cornerstone remedy for OUC's failures. The council also must not permit agency leadership to avoid accountability for willful and continued non-compliance, and to revise the law to incorporate meaningful consequences. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner Ruckauer. We will next turn to Dave Statter, Safety Advocate, Statter 911 Communications.
Thank you. When Heather McGaffen came before this committee early last year asking for your confirmation, she made a commitment under oath. She promised transparency and accountability. We keep waiting for that transparency and accountability to begin. Why did it take the death of a baby boy for everyone to learn that DC 911 has a chronic problem of computers crashing for hours at a time? Why did it take 17 days after that child died before Director McGaffen decided that you and the council and the public were worthy of knowing the details of these crashes? And why, at the same press briefing, did Director McGaffen once again cover up obvious mistakes with excuses? This is exactly what she told reporters. No one person did anything in this. If one person had done something in this, I would be holding them accountable. they wouldn't be answering 911 calls or dispatching units at the Office of Unified Communications. That statement is false. There were lots of mistakes that afternoon. At least 2 errors greatly delayed paramedics getting to that dying boy. But you didn't hear any of that from Director McGaffin. Here was the first mistake. The Channel 1 dispatcher dispatched Medic 31 and EMS to that call, but both paramedic units were on different calls. Meantime, the Channel 12 EMS dispatcher had a chance to fix this but didn't, and that was mistake number 2. This mistake involves the most basic role of a dispatcher, confirming that the units you're dispatching are actually responding. Neither Medic 31 nor EMS 5 were rushing to help that little boy, and no one at OUC knew this. They wouldn't find out for at least another 10 minutes. What did Heather McGaffin say about this? Instead of giving us the promised transparency and accountability, she gave us excuses as usual. Director McGaffin said mistakes weren't the problem. She blamed chaos because the computer crashed. A funny thing about that chaos, the dispatcher working the other EMS channel, Channel 11, knew exactly what to do. As soon as the computer crashed, she began verifying by radio that units were responding to each call she handled. That woman knew her job. The question is, does Heather McGaffin know her job? Now, Director McGaffin wasn't completely wrong about chaos. It was very chaotic inside OUC that tragic afternoon. But what does this chaos say about her leadership? Well-run 911 centers can effectively function when dispatch computers fail. Those centers frequently drill on manually operating 911. OUC, under McGaffin's watch, just was not prepared. The question is, how often did they drill? Still, the larger question remains, why does Director McGaffin constantly cover up OUC's mistakes and problems? Let's talk about district dogs. Director McGaffin never told the council that 2 call takers handling the 911 calls did not enter the key information that people and dogs were trapped in the rising water. She's still withholding the evidence of those mistakes from the council. I'm talking about that computer printout of the call. That information is also missing from that useless HCMA District Dogs After Action report. Director McGaffin is also withholding the facts surrounding the deaths of 3 people on April 20th, 2023. Their car plunged into the Anacostia River under the Douglas Bridge. Unfortunately, fire, EMS, and police were sent to the 11th Street Bridge. Director McGaffin and another useless HCMA After Action report never answered the 2 most basic questions. What did the low 911 caller say? And what did the location determining technology show? I bet good money that within a couple hours of that 911 call, Director McGaffin had the answer to both those questions. It's her job to know, yet she continues hiding the truth, not just from us, but from the daughter and fiance of Timwan Mundell, who died in that car. Heather McGaffin may justify all of this by claiming she's just following the advice of OUC's legal counsel not to say anything. By the way, that's the same OUC lawyer who sent me a bogus cease and desist lawyer 2 years ago. Good leaders know that sometimes you have to ignore the lawyers. You have to make the tough decisions and just do the right thing. Sadly, at OUC, it's never about doing the right thing. It's always about hiding and covering up the truth, no matter who gets hurt. I can't wait to hear how many times Director McGaffin uses the words transparency and accountability in her testimony today. Either she doesn't know what those words mean, or she just doesn't care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Statter. Thank you to all of the witnesses on this panel. We're going to do 5-minute rounds for colleagues. I want to start with you, Ms. Chatterjee. You talked about the need for this council to move forward legislation and add rigor to them. What do you mean by that?
I mean, specifically what I mean is that there are multiple bills that are sitting and haven't had committee hearings. So have committee hearings on those bills. Councilmember White has a bill, Councilmember Nadeau has a bill. I think it's great that we've moved on the retired employees bill, but if I heard correctly earlier, there are 3 employees who've been seated through that. And so, when I hear about after action reports that just don't have information, what I say is take whatever bills we have, draft bills we have, add a truly independent oversight body to them, make sure that somebody independent is writing these after action reports so the public actually knows what's happening. I think that right now we're in a situation where the public, and I can tell you, I stood after Art All Night and I talked to dozens and dozens of people. People do not trust the council. People do not trust the mayor. People do not trust that we are on track to fix this. And I think that we need to make sure that there is a lot more transparency and an independent body doing regular, reports. And that after these things happen, it's completely transparent to everybody what happened.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do have a bill around transparency and the release of these reports, and we'll be having a hearing on that bill in October, as well as our childcare coverage bill for OUC. Commissioner Ruckauer, I want to ask you about some of what you're hearing from neighbors who you represent and what you think should be done first and foremost to reduce some of these operational failures and incidents.
Well, it's the experience is pretty much what everybody else has been getting around the city, where you call 911 and you can have a delay of anywhere from 15 seconds to 3 minutes or longer. I called a few months ago about an altercation that was taking place on my block late at night. It escalated into fists being thrown and people being bloodied up. And I did not get a call or an answer on 911. And it just, and then the people started dispersing. So I just gave up on it. Another time I called for someone who had fallen in the circle. And again, I waited about 2 minutes for an operator to pick up. And then the operator had no idea where DuPont Circle was. When and she's like, I need to have an exact address. And I'm like, it is in DuPont Circle. It is on, gave her the location to the intersection. She said, I have to have a street address.
Okay.
And,
Commissioner, I'm so sorry to cut you off. I'm just going to run out of time here. So I
go
need to
ahead.
keep moving, but that
No
is a very stark example around the geographic training that's clearly needed to be improved. Thank you. Mr. Statter, how would you define success at OUC? And as we work towards achieving that, what do you think some of the biggest hurdles to getting there are?
Well, first of all, the staffing issue must be addressed. And I think that what Bob Davis talked about and others have mentioned is the idea you need to make it a professional operation. And that means paying the people who work there well, provide promotional opportunities for them, a good career, benefits, good retirement, all the things that keep people who want to be there and do this job and not make mistakes and do an excellent work for the citizens of DC to make sure those people are in the seat working. I think the training has to be addressed. I really think, to be honest with you, it's come to the point, and I wasn't aboard on this in the beginning, that maybe we need to move DC Fire and EMS dispatching back to DC Fire and EMS. It's not being done well at OUC. And in October, it's 20 years since we've been operating under the OUC model.
And what benefit or value do you think that would have to move dispatching to another agency?
Because those people would be concerned specifically about what EMS and fire need, particularly EMS. You will never improve EMS until you improve 911, and that's what Bob Davis was talking about. It will never get to where it needs to be. And there's just not been the focus in recent years, and certainly during the Bowser administration, in making sure that 911 can address these EMS issues. It's just not there, and it's time to go possibly to a different model.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I guess one of my concerns with that approach is sometimes if we have there's challenges in the agency, our tendency to break apart the agency isn't necessarily going to lead to the solutions. I don't think FEMS has any interest in taking on that additional responsibility intact. And I worry that it would just create a whole set of challenges of standing up that operation, leading to more delays and more failures.
At one time, they did have the interest, but the mayor told them they didn't.
Well, that is the current state of affairs. And
Yes,
I do think that
yes,
makes
it
a
is.
difference.
Yes, it does. You're correct.
in the operation. Okay, and just lastly, are there any 911 call centers in the country that you think are providing a more successful model that we should be looking towards?
Well, I think the model that some provide is that, and certainly some of the agencies that Director McGaffin has talked about, that they're in class with in New York and elsewhere, that it's not just a joint center that's handled, one shop handles all, that there are separate fire and EMS dispatchers who focus on fire and EMS and are reporting to fire and EMS. So I think that's one model that could be looked at. I'm not an expert in that area, I'll be honest with you, but I certainly think the more people you get, and this idea of a task force to get some of those people in to possibly look at a model for the future for OUC, whether it's separating it or keeping it there, we need better direction. And I think that comes from the experts in the field.
Thank you, Mr. Statter. Thank you all. I'll now turn to my colleague, Councilmember Anita Bonds, for a 5-minute round.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the witnesses for sure. Mr. Satter, you knew I would talk with you a little bit because I hear of you and the work that you are doing on a regular basis. And thank you for being vigilant. But I wanted to see if you could drill down rather quickly on what you see as an ideal model that we could employ here in the city. You have been tracking the calls for years, decades, to be honest. So you're not one who is actually doing the dispatching, but you are, because you're hearing the call and you know what needs to be done. And so tell us, what would be an ideal model?
An ideal model would have excellent leadership that has experience in big city 911 centers, that has excellent training, and not just the training of the new employees, but the remedial training that's needed for those to bring them up to speed, and also the recurring training that's needed to keep them up to date on what the latest orders are, what the latest technology is, and how to use it. Let's just look at one problem at OUC, that locationing determining technology. In 3 of the incidents recently that I talked about, fire calls that were sent to the wrong address, the location determining technology had the right address. So what the council has done well for many years is provide the money for technology. They need, as I said in 2015, to invest in the people and make sure that those leading those people are doing what's needed to make this the top center in the country. And what that will do in turn, as far as EMS is concerned, is will improve that and everything that Bob Davis was talking about.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that response. I wanted to, let's see, Ms. Chatterjee, ask you mentioned that you wanted the council to move quickly on pending bills. And then you indicated that you thought we needed to have an independent body that would look at, I guess, the content of the bills to know. Okay, tell me what you see the independent body doing.
Yeah, thank you. So the independent body, I think, would actually get information from OUC, do these after call reports, make sure that we know what is happening when mistakes are made. Right now, we don't have information. We don't actually understand what's going on. And so this independent body would be able to get recordings and transcripts and, all the, understand if there are other agencies that are making complaints. And we would be able, basically we would need legislation to set up the independent task force. So that's what some of the legislation does. So when I talk about the legislation moving, I mean, let's have hearings on some of the pieces of legislation that have been put forward separately, and within that legislation, we need to have this independent task force. Does that make more sense?
Yes, I just wanted to make sure, because, today I'm hoping that we're going to get some ideas from those who use the system, know about the system, how it's worked in their community. So yes, thank you very much for that. Mr. Goodman, could I just ask you, please, could you sort of give me a strong sense of, I mean, you've been careful to tell us that you've talked to many of the council members from time to time. So what is your takeaway from the conversations that you've had with the council and their reaction to what you have shared?
Sure. I mean, this started, I emailed my 4 at-large members, yourself included, my ward member and the council chair. So 6 people who directly represent me. Probably in August, I think shortly after the infant death, and just said, this is out of control. Like, what is actually happening? I would say several of them have said they've tried to move legislation forward. I mentioned Robert White's legislation and Brianna Doe's. I'd say of that 6 groups, 3 or 4 of them had said they've asked for hearings on those bills, they've asked for votes on those bills, and they've been met with either silence or uncertainty about their requests. I'd say some of them, other council members, I've just heard no response from in terms of replies about like what is actually happening. So I hear some people wanting urgency and moving things forward, and it seems the council processes themselves are what is stalling some of these things. That's my take from talking to those 6, and then independently, I think I talked to 2 other council members on the side. So 8 of the 13.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for the chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Bonds. And thank you to all of the witnesses. I do want to note, I work closely with all of my colleagues, whether they're on the committee or not, and continue to have discussions, as I have had with all of them, about ideas that have been advanced, what our plan is moving forward. And so nobody has been met with silence from me or the committee, and that's very important to me to share. Okay, well, that concludes our public witness testimony for today. Thank you all very much. I know there's a lot of interest in this topic, and I appreciate your sharing your expertise and your perspective with us. We are going to now turn to our government witnesses. Joining us today are Heather McGaffin, the Director of the Office of Unified Communications, and Lindsay Appiah, the Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. Welcome. And yes, good afternoon. And as you know, it is the tradition of this committee to swear in all government witnesses who appear before it. So if I can ask you to turn your microphones on. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to provide before the Council of the District of Columbia and this committee is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite our government witnesses to make the opening statement that you may have. Can begin with you, Director McGaffin. Go.
Good morning, Chairperson Pinto, committee members, staff, guests, and the viewing public. My name is Heather McGaffin, and I am honored to be the Director of the Office of Unified Communications. I appreciate this opportunity to come before you to provide updates on our performance, staffing, and progress. I'm going to begin by recognizing the nearly 400 employees of the OUC, and by stating again how fulfilling it is to lead such a dynamic team. OUC is comprised of dedicated professionals charged with answering the call on either 311 or 911, or in a support role for the 2 most used numbers in the District of Columbia. Data shows that the district handles more 911 calls per 1,000 residents than any other state, and also that district residents overwhelmingly rely on cellular devices to call 911. With the District of Columbia topping the list of states that utilize 911 services the most at about 1,115 wireless calls to 911 per 1,000 residents annually. The district's 911 call center is one of the busiest in the country, and we welcome this opportunity to discuss the strides we have made in handling this workload. Accordingly, at this time, I invite you to turn your attention to the presentation I have developed to outline these efforts. So I'll start with the Office of Unified Communications value statement, and our goal is to answer every call, ensure fast and accurate dispatches, and retain support of our growing team. And to this end, we are strengthening our team, hiring and retention, upgrading our technology, and expanding training. DC's 911 call center has seen a significant surge in call volume and longer call durations, reflecting increased demand on 911 services. There are 2 graphs on this presentation. The left is showing the call volume in millions, starting in the fiscal year of 21, going to 22, and then 23. Tomorrow we'll have data for fiscal year 24. While we will not meet the same growth in 911 as we saw in 23, we will continue to see an upward trend from the 2 previous years. The second is a chart of how long we're staying on calls with a caller. And that's important because that takes up more time. In fact, in August, it calculates to about 13,000 extra hours of talk time with callers who are calling 911. The orange shows calendar year 24, and the blue is calendar year 23. While I can't attribute this to just one thing, what we do know is that we are on the phone longer with people because of an increase in the complexity of call types. One of the most significant increases we have seen is in mental health call types. We're staying on the phone longer with those callers to make sure that they have the right care, not just sending a police officer, not just sending an ambulance, but connecting them with the Department of Behavioral Health if that's what is necessary. Our minimum staffing is as follows. We should have 4 watch commanders or assistant watch commanders on each shift. For call takers, Monday through Saturday, on day shift, we should have 22 call takers, and on night shift, 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., we have 17. On Sundays, we have between 6 a.m. and 2 p.m., 12. From 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., we have 15, and from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., we have 12. On police dispatch, we have 12 dispatchers operating 8 channels and rotating through for breaks. And on fire and EMS, we have 6 dispatchers operating 4 channels, also rotating through for breaks. Currently to date, we have 83 full-time call takers, 24 vacancies, and we have extended 4 offers. On Friday, I reported to the media that we had 20 vacancies, but we've accepted a resignation. That person's going to move on to MPD. For dispatchers, we have 91 full-time dispatchers, 3 part-time, and 18 vacancies, 14 for police and 4 for fire and EMS. Our weekly average of proximity to staffing goals, as you can see, was low in July. That's for a multitude of reasons. And our average staffing level in August was up to 100.3% of our staffing goal, an increase from 81 in July. And as we talk more numbers, we have 27 call takers and 5 FEMS or fire dispatchers that are completing training. We have implemented staffing incentives for both hiring bonuses, the $2,500 hiring bonus, as well as the $800 attendance bonus. And we are looking at accountability. We're looking at why people aren't coming to work. Everybody has a different reason. And with that, we have also brought on a wellness coordinator full-time. She is there for our staff, and she's been working on them with a multitude of things. Childcare, housing, transportation. People are not showing up for a multitude of reasons, and we want to make sure that we're holding ourselves accountable, but also holding them accountable in that and helping them to pave ways forward so it's easier for them to come to work, understanding that life-work balance, especially when you're working shift work, is tough. The incentives are working. In August, we introduced the incentive and 94% or 94 employees attended 100% of their scheduled shifts and received the bonus. 30 days before the incentive, the average staffing level was at 84% of our goal, and 30 days after the incentive, the average staffing level was at 102% of our goal. So that means we have people scheduled, knowing that some people will be off, but more people than we really needed to meet our minimums were showing up, and that's what accounts for the 102%. So when we dig into that a little bit deeper, we know that on our current dashboard, we talk about how many times we were short-staffed. So when we look at the 29 of the 54 shifts that met our minimum staffing goal in September, we broke that down a little bit more. We sliced it up a little bit more. So 6 of those shifts, there was only 1 employee missing. 13 of those shifts, it was between 2 and 4. 3 of those shifts had 5 or 9, and 3 of those shifts had 10 or more employees missing that were regularly scheduled to work. So when we talk about performance, September to date, and this was run on Friday, we've taken 70,486 911 calls. 60,246 of those calls were answered, or 85.7% of those total calls. And I think at this point, it's really important to talk about what that means. And I'll just tell you a story. The other day I was walking, I dropped my phone. Siri came on and said, I detected a drop of your phone. I'm going to make a 911 call. I was running over to try to get my phone to make it stop doing that. With the new technology and with fall detection and emergency detection and voice detection, we have a lot of technology out there that is making 911 calls. People are hanging up. And so we're looking at when people are hanging up. 15 seconds being the threshold, you can usually catch it. If you didn't mean to make the call before 15 seconds, certainly after 15 seconds, we're taking a closer look at that. That maybe you did mean to call and there was time in the queue. 54,965 of our calls were answered in 20 seconds or less, or 77.98. 20 seconds is the new standard. It has gone up from 15 seconds. And the average answer time in September for OUC was 13.76 seconds, which is below the national average of the 20 seconds. So one of the things that you can see in October is a new updated dashboard when we talk about staffing, and this will break it up into the increments that I talked about. They'll have the supervisors, they'll have the call takers, they'll have the dispatchers. So you'll be able to see exactly in which categories we were missing people and exactly how many people we were missing. So talking about how we are hiring people, we have had 9 prospect days, and there are several steps in becoming a call taker. The first is that the applicant must apply at careers.dc.gov. They are then invited to take the critical test and interview at a prospect day. After they've done that, then we start their suitability. The suitability is 2-part. There is a background piece that they have to do online that talks about the psychological background and the well-being of the person. If they pass that, then they do a 2 to 3 hour session with a psychiatrist that we have at our availability at the OUC. And then if that psychiatrist says that they are suitable to move on and they can handle the demands of this job, then they go on to a background check that includes a drug testing, a criminal background check, fingerprinting, and an alcohol test. If they pass that, then they begin their orientation and initial training. We've been starting to really look at where we find people. So we pulled these numbers last week. We'll have updated numbers and we'll post them. Last week, we held our 2 largest prospect days, inviting over 850 people to prospect days on Tuesday and Thursday. But in June, we invited 348 people to prospect day. 197 attended. Out of the 197, 121 passed critical. And then we took them to the interview portion. In the interview portion, we really talked to them about the demands and needing to be able to be available nights, weekends, holidays. After that interview portion, 101 people passed. From the interview to suitability, 19 people passed so far, and 9 have been extended offers. So that's the taper down of how we're hiring people here. So in October, we will release 31 trainees to fully support 911 operations. We don't count a person in our staffing until they are able to operate on their own without any training or assistance, whether that be classroom training or with a certified telecommunications officer. We will release 20 new 911 call takers, 7 fire dispatchers, and 4 MPD or police dispatchers. In fiscal year 25, all 911 professionals will also be cross-trained as both call takers and dispatchers. When OUC was started and the positions were created, dispatchers in their position, it was written that they needed to keep up their call taking skills. At some point, that stopped happening. probably because of staffing, but it was before my time. So now we have recognized that we need to go back and train everyone. And this will give us more flexibility in staffing and scheduling, ensuring better coverage, adaptability, efficiency. We will not just have people who just have one skill set. We'll have many people who have many skill sets. And the employees are really excited about this because they won't just be answering calls for 12 hours or dispatching in the busier parts of the city for 12 hours. They'll be able to move around. And then we have the technology and 22-step plan that the deputy mayor will talk about.
Great.
Oh, sure. So we'll talk about the diversion programs that we have currently. We have 5 that are in place. We have the DDOT, or the non-injury crash report. So if folks are in an automobile crash and no one is hurt, we take those 911 calls, we pass them on to DDOT. They are able to send out cranes or tow trucks. They can help folks exchange information. We're only sending police officers if there's some sort of altercation, or if somebody doesn't have insurance or something like that, where a report would need to be written. So in September, we took 3,757 calls off of MPD dispatch and sent those to DDOT. We have the telephone reporting unit, which means that the crime has already occurred. And an officer doesn't need to come out right away. They can talk to somebody over the phone. A lot of times this is for an insurance document or paperwork that folks need, missing packages, theft, and things like that. For the Department of Public Works, we've taken 2,552 calls that came into 911 for parking, and we were able to move those from MPD over to DPW, and they have a task force that goes out and can move the cars, ticket the cars, boot the cars, whatever needs to be done. For the nurse triage line, we took 724 calls off of EMS, and we sent those to a nurse. We have a nurse that sits in the Office of Unified Communications. That nurse can either process that call, they can send it back to dispatch. But 724 times people called for an ambulance, and we were able to divert them to a nurse. And then for the behavioral health call, 37 calls came from for behavioral health that we were able to then send to the Department of Behavioral Health and for the crisis response team. One of the biggest issues that we're finding with behavioral health, and that we're trying to work through with them, as well as with our technical assistance grant, is a lot of the people calling in about someone that's in a mental health crisis is a passerby, and so they don't have a lot of information. And so without a lot of information, or them not staying on the scene, or us wanting to put them in danger to stay on the scene, they're going to drive off and continue, or walk off and continue about their day. And so we don't really have a choice but to send MPD out to assess the situation further, and then they can certainly bring in the crisis response team if needed. And so we are working to spread the word that we do experience spikes sometimes. And a lot of the complaints that we get about long wait times are around those spikes. Gunshots being the number one, honestly, for that. People hear gunshots, they call, and they there's more people calling than we have call takers available. And so I will always say this when I have the opportunity, that if you ever call 911 and you hear the queue message, it's very vital that you don't hang up. We will get to you. You have to remain in that queue, or we're going to be calling you back. And also that 311 is 24/7. And so there are going to be times where you call 911 and we're going to transfer you to a diversion program, or we're going to transfer you to 311. Those systems are in place for a reason. We work with the receiving agencies really well, so we know exactly when we need to send you there. And those systems all have a safety net, that if you get to those diversion programs and they say, hey, you know what, this really needs a paramedic, or this really needs a police officer, they're going to send it back and we're going to dispatch them out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. McGaffin. Deputy Mayor Pia.
Sure.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Pinto, members and staff of the Committee on the Judiciary and Public Safety. I'm Lindsay Appiah, Deputy Mayor for Public Safety and Justice. just heard from Office of Unified Communications Director Heather McGaffin. We're here to provide executive testimony on the work the district is undertaking to minimize systems issues impacting outages that at times have affected 911 operations. I'd first like to express my gratitude to the staff at the Office of Unified Communications, from 911 and 311 call takers, fire and police dispatchers, to floor supervisors and the administrative staff who support them. I also want to thank Director McGaffin for her leadership and subject matter expertise as a national leader in the public safety telecommunications field. She has implemented initiatives which are now national best practices in her industry, including the creation of the agency's Prospect Day, the establishment of OUC's Junior Academy, the issuances of hiring and attendance bonuses, and a partnership with the district's Department of Behavioral Health and the Harvard Kennedy School of Government Performance Lab to expand 911 diversion programs for mental health emergency. She also continues to work with the Federal Communications Commission on critical technology improvements that have national impacts. In a few weeks, Director McGaffin and several members of her team will be recognized by the Association of Public Safety Communications Officials for Excellence. Thank you, OUC public servants, for your dedication and commitment to serving the residents and visitors of the district. As you know, OUC is the agency responsible for answering emergency and non-emergency calls and dispatching DC Fire and EMS and Metropolitan Police Department. OUC has a team of nearly 400 hardworking employees who work tirelessly to answer the call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days per year. They're committed to fulfilling the mission of the agency to provide accurate, professional, and expedited service to the residents of the District of Columbia. As you've heard before and heard again today from Director McGaffin, the district receives the highest number of 911 calls per capita in the United States. In 2023, OUC handled nearly 1.8 million emergency calls for service, and the agency is on track in 2024 to handle more than 1 million calls once again. These calls were taken, processed, and dispatched using a variety of sophisticated interconnected systems. The systems continue to be taxed as the demand on emergency services in the city steadily increases. We must provide reliable, redundant, and technically diverse capability to OUC's 2 locations, the Unified Communications Center and the Public Safety Communications Center. This is paramount due to the critical role OUC plays in the district's public safety ecosystem. Before specifically addressing the nature and causes of recent incidents affecting OUC operations, I'd like to share information about the computer-aided dispatch known as CAD, as this system tends to be spoken about most frequently. CAD systems are utilized by dispatchers, call takers, and 911 operators to prioritize and record incident calls, identify the status and location of responders in the field, and effectively dispatch responder personnel. Like other systems in the district, when there is a disruption to the CAD system, there are redundant processes that allow critical work to continue. During a CAD disruption, OUC activates a manual process for dispatch. Since there is generally no impact to the telephony system, 911 calls are still received, and call takers manually write out pertinent information on a form that is then hand-delivered to an FEMS or MPD dispatcher on the call center floor, who voices the call over radio and verbally assigns units for response. Police dispatchers track and manage units needed for MPD-related calls. FEMS and OUC fire dispatchers work collectively to manage units and incidents needed for FEMS-related calls. While CAD is the primary method for dispatching in the district for FEMS, MPD, and OUC, these agencies are prepared to and trained for transitioning to manual dispatch, which is an industry practice when any disruption occurs that impacts normal operations. OUC employees train on manual dispatch during their initial training and then periodically throughout the year. It is a part of their continuity of operations plan and exercised annually. I'll now turn more broadly to discuss our assessment and roadmap for addressing issues affecting the continuity of 911 operations at OUC. Between December 2023 and August 2024, OUC experienced 18 incidents caused by IT infrastructure failures, applications issues, and human errors that caused significant outages to critical systems within OUC systems. Given the interconnected nature of these systems, it has taken a multi-agency approach to identify and create a plan for identifying those factors affecting the stability of 911 operations. What you see before you on this slide is some of the different components. The reason that we have this here is that when we talk about incidents at the OUC, we often talk about kind of specific incidents, which is important, but it is our responsibility and job to make systemic improvements. So how we look at incidents is, yes, the individual incident themselves, but what is actually causing the various incidents. Certainly, sometimes it is human error. And so that is taken into account. But what we have found over the past this year, where we've had 18 different incidents, is that there are a host of different types of incidents occurring, and that it requires a systemic approach because OUC, while kind of the agency that is tasked with dispatching and answering calls, are oftentimes an end user or they're very affected by the interconnected systems. So some of the systems, so you see here systems, these are all telephony, which is obviously the telephone system, CAD, the radios, the fire station alerting system. Applications, there are a number of them, but these are some of the ones that you hear about most frequently. PowerPhone, Rave, which is our alerting system that a lot of our schools and ourselves use, the panic button, if you will, text to 911 and text to 311. Then there's also hardware, right? Like we are running a lot of equipment, both at the Office of Unified Communications and with partner agencies that impact it. Both fire, EMS, and MPD are very interconnected into the OUC system. So workstations, servers, our MDTs or pieces of hardware that are in our apparatus. These are all things we're looking at as well. And then there are environmental issues, which are really important. Power, which is a big one we'll talk about, and HVAC. We are, again, running a lot of equipment at the UCC, and our ability to maintain 911 operations is very much impacted by our ability to keep the place cool, just based upon the amount of technology we have. And then there are network issues, infrastructure, and VMware. So our process has been really to look across all of these different systems to determine what are the sources and what are the systemic fixes that need to be applied to ensure the continuity of operations. So some of what we've seen is that issues have ranged from unstable street power provided by Pepco to database issues, human error by a contractor to national and global outages from AT&T FirstNet and CrowdStrike. During our review, which has truly been multidisciplinary, like I said, with partner agencies like DGS, DCHR, OCTO, Fire EMS, MPD, DMPSG, OCA, and the Office of Unified Communication, we developed 3 strategic priorities. First, OUC, OCTO, and the Department of Human Resources are collaborating on strategic priority 1 to develop staffing expertise, which Director McGaffin, you heard her address in greater detail today. Second, OUC, OCTO, and the Department of General Services are collaborating to advance capital investments that will allow for critical upgrades to facilities and equipment. And third, a task force comprised of OUC and OCTO subject matter experts are working to assess and troubleshoot IT infrastructure issues. The task force, this task force developed a 22-point action plan to ensure OUC has a reliable and redundant system operating at maximum functionality. The action plan has 3 major areas of focus. The first is the recruitment of highly qualified and motivated technology specialists. On this point, I would say that there are, as we've increased technology, it is great, but we are a next gen 911 system, which means as you add technology, you have to add expertise. Now, the pool of who has expertise on all of these interconnected systems is not large. And so we really have had to work with OCTO to look at what is the right skill set for these very honestly complex and very specific systems that are working together. And so that's been, that is some of the ongoing work. Stabilizing UCC's HVAC and facility infrastructure, there have been a number of power flickers and power issues. And really we're working with Pepco, both for the UCC, but also the new hospitals on the same power source. So really our work is very sort of comprehensive to make sure that there's stability to power to these critical infrastructure sites. and assessing troubleshooting infrastructure issues on a daily basis. So when things are occurring, making sure that the Office of Unified Communications really is, we are working in an interconnected fashion because the mayor's made clear, like, this is a no-fail system. Like, we cannot have disruptions to our 911 operations. So how do we make sure that holistically, when there's an incident or when there's an issue, that all of the relevant partner agencies are working together to quickly address them? The success of this action plan will be measured through completion of the outlined steps in a timely manner, a measurable reduction in the risk of IT changes and incidents within the OUC, and a 75% reduction in IT incidents leading to downtime within the DC 911 call center within a 3-month timeframe. Mayor Bowser has made clear that our 911 system must not fail and that it is a government-wide responsibility to ensure that it does not. So we are committed both to continuing to make progress in strengthening OUC operations and in being transparent in doing so. To that end, the 22-point plan with corresponding periodic updates is publicly available on the Office of the City Administrator's website. I end where I began, saying thank you to the public witnesses who appeared at today's hearing and community members who share their perspectives, and again to the hardworking women and men of the OUC. Thank you for your service. Thank you. We are now available for any questions you may have.
Great. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor and Director McGaffin. For colleagues' planning purposes, we're going to maintain the same order from opening statements, and we're going to have 15-minute rounds with our government witnesses. So after I ask some questions, then we'll turn to Councilmember Bonds and then Councilmember White, unless some of our other colleagues from this morning rejoin us. Okay, well, thank you for these updates and sharing some of your plans and the progress to date. I want to start with some of what I observed this weekend. As you know, my team and I are conducting bi-weekly unannounced visits to OUC at different times of the day, of the night, different days of the week, to get a sense of how things are going in operation and to make sure that we can drive forward these hearings to get us to the most productive place as possible.
Sure.
And one of the things you talked about in your presentation, Director, was the ideal number of dispatchers for fire and EMS being 6, primarily, my understanding, so that we could have one person handle one side of the city, another person handle the other side of the city, and then have another person rotating in for breaks. When I was there late Saturday night, there was only one person handling all EMS for the entire city. So what happened Saturday night, and were there any errors as a result of this limited staffing?
Sure. So no errors first. So there were 3 people who were there from the front end of the shift to the end of the shift. I think you got there a little after 10. And so we had held 2 people over, and they worked from 6 to 10. So they had left at 10 o'clock, and then one came in, so that was the 4th, and then another came in at 11. He had called out. I don't know if the supervisor told you that. So I have their names here. I don't want to say them publicly, but we can certainly give those to you. And then there were 15 call takers and 5 of them, there was also a fire supervisor. She was helping out on police because at that moment for breaks, but she was coming back to fire. So we also had 15 call takers, 17 is the target. So we obviously were short there.
Okay, so in terms of the FEMS dispatch, I sat in that location for almost an hour, and the entire time there were only 3 people there.
Okay.
One was handling all of the EMS for the entire city, so there wasn't even an opportunity to kind of take breaks. So that's okay. I'm happy to hear that someone else came, perhaps a little later. Maybe I was in a different section by then. But just so you know what I observed,
Sure.
that did not seem sustainable.
Sure. I will follow up with that because I asked specifically for the names of the people that were there. So we'll certainly follow up with that.
Thank you. In terms of the call takers, I was told on Saturday night that it should have been 18 to 20, but that there were 15 there, and that 4 had called out.
So it's 17 on nights. We don't take as many calls during the evening as we do during the day. It's 22 during the day, it's 17 at night. But that's on the slide deck. We did have several call out. We did keep 5 over, but we only allow them to work the 4 hours over. So at 10 PM, they leave because I want them, they needed to come back, some of them on Sunday morning, and I don't want them to have their own emergency when they leave. We need them back. And so one of the very first things I implemented when I started was we changed the overtime rules so that they didn't stay for 6 hours, they could only stay till 4.
Okay. Sorry, a couple
No, you're fine.
things there that came to mind. So when we're thinking about the minimum staffing, how do you determine those numbers that it should be 17?
Sure. We use the Erlang calculation, which is widely used across the industry for 911 centers. And so what we do is we take into account call volume, call length, which is why that number is really important. How long are we on the call with people? Call wrap up. How long does it take for us to just finalize putting in notes, maybe after we've disconnected? And then we take into account the breaks that our employees are afforded while they're there. And then I tend to add 1 to 2 more people because you just never know when someone's going to take a bad call. And that might be the end of their ability to answer calls for the day. So that's how we come up with our calculations.
Okay.
And just for your awareness, one of the things that we're doing is we've talked about unavailable for duties and otherwise. What Director McGaffin is saying is true. That's the Erlang. That's how we determine per shift. But how many people it may take to actually staff those numbers for a shift is work we're doing with the lab and with the Office of Budget and Performance to really get at a relief factor. Because one of the things you often hear is we come in, we need more call takers, we need more of this, but we're really trying to utilize both what the national standards are for staffing, as well as what does it look like, because we have a host of leave programs in the district that other places don't have, or otherwise, in order to get to a relief factor and the proper number it takes to actually get to that 17 or whatever the number is per shift.
Okay, thank you for that context. I have a number of other questions around staffing and training, and we can get back to those. But because the topic of today's hearing is really about some of the incidents that we've seen over the last year, I want to turn to that next. So something that's been on the minds of me, and I know my colleagues and so many members of the public, and of course the family impacted, is this 5-month-old infant who died in August. And the infant died during a time of a computer outage at OUC. My colleague, Councilmember Henderson, had written to you asking about the number of total outages of the computer dispatch system, and you responded that there had been 8 outages this year from May to August, ranging from 20 minutes to 9 hours. It's also been reported by the Washington Post that the DC 911 call center has had 18 disruptions since December, which the deputy mayor testified to. Given the tragic death of this baby that occurred at the same time that an outage was going on, we need to know kind of the full extent of what happened there. So from your perspective, what happened that night on August 2nd at 3000 Connecticut Avenue?
So that afternoon, everyone was at OUC. We were working on our offices. All of a sudden, all of the screens went black. In my office, on the operations floor, I immediately left my office, was texting with our CIO, went downstairs. At the same time, was getting text that everyone's screen was black. And any computer that was provisioned to the Office of Unified Communications was black. The network connectivity from our computers to the network had been disconnected. So nothing was down. CAD was still up. All of the applications were still up and working, but no one who had a computer that was provisioned to the Office of Unified Communications could get to those applications because our computers weren't linked to those applications.
And can I just give a little precise? At 12:39, DC 911 received a call from an NSI, a non-service initiated cell phone, just so you have the specifics of times because it does matter. An NSI is a phone that can't receive callback. What you've heard from us before is if someone calls and they hang up, DC 911 or the Office of Unified Communications will automatically call back. But an NSI phone is not linked to a carrier. So you can't call it back. So we received one call at 12:39. At 12:40, they disconnected. At that same time, that was 12:40:21. At 12:40, computers started shutting down at the OUC. Screens went black. So just for timing of what was happening. And so I think that's important to know, because when we say there's an outage, it could have been halfway through a call or otherwise. It was 12:40, computers go black. And so this is, yeah.
When you say the call was disconnected at 12:40, was that a result of the computers going?
No,
dark?
they hung up.
The person hung up.
The NSI phone hung up. And so the reason that we point out it's an NSI phone, because normally that would receive a call back. But NSI phones, while they have to be delivered by one of the carriers through FCC rules, one of the 3 major carriers, they're not linked to a cell phone plan or otherwise. So we can't call them back. Right. So.
And is that part of the plan with FCC in working towards the enforcement, or is that a totally different issue?
As an industry, we would love that there not be non-initiated cell phones, because these types of incidents happen and it makes it very hard. However, there's no plan in place. So, to ban those phones. Cell phones will work. They will call 911 whether they have a plan attached to them or not.
Okay. So 12:40, screens go black. What happens next?
And just so you know what happened there, an Octo contractor was pushed through a patch to all computers that were provisioned to OUC. It was supposed to be in a test environment that they were executing a change through a few computers that were not on the floor. Instead, it went through to all computers that are provisioned to OUC. So normally we'd have the backup site, right? Like the PSCC, where at the time we got a notification from Director McGaffin, we're going to go to the backup site. But because those computers are provisioned to OUC, no computers work. The reason that CAD still worked and otherwise was any computer or system provision to MPD or fire EMS that was not an OUC specific, like you all have council, I'm DMP or EOM, anything that wasn't provisioned to OUC still worked. Telephony still works, telephones, they can answer calls, but that's when they kicked into manual dispatch.
Okay. And so there was a press conference shortly thereafter, and Director McGaffin, you said this was not a result of any one person's mistake. Would you say now, in analyzing what went on that night, that putting forward that patch that affected your dispatch resulted in that outage?
What I said was there was no one person at the OUC who
Yeah.
made a mistake in that. And so I think that's wildly important. There was a person, they were not an OUC employee. So I immediately, when we have issues, any sort of technical issue, we immediately get on a bridge with Octo, with anybody else who might be involved, FEMS, MPD, the deputy mayor, her staff, HCMA sometimes is involved in that. And when it was determined that it was a contractor of Octo, we had a side conversation, Director Miller and I, about what was going to be next steps, and this could not happen again, and that it was in his court to make a decision for the personnel issue.
Okay. So then going back to something you initially said, Deputy Mayor, which is that we need to look at systems.
Yes.
failures. So what steps have you taken since to make sure that
Yeah.
this type of patch through doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so there's in the 22-point plan, there's a number of things, right? Like, so let me pull it up so that we're specifically walking through. And really, this is what we're talking about, the systemic type of looks. So in the 22-point plan, you'll see any changes that are made at the OUC, there's redundancy. So first of all, they're done now at specific times only. And there's also a multiple chain of approval processes that must occur for any changes that are made at the OUC. The CTO, the Chief Technology Officer, the Director of OUC, and then the Assistant City Administrator and myself are also notified anytime we're going to make changes, because that's certainly one piece, given the critical nature of it. Some of these are all interconnected. We've added IT staff. Octo has, they've sent back or sent over to the Office of Unified Communication, a senior engineer, as well as a longtime OUC technical specialist who had moved over to Octo, so that present on site is greater expertise to help in those instances. There's notifications made to the NOC now, which is Octo's notification center. And then on a different piece, because there's a whole series, nothing happens in isolation. So as a result of all of the things, the computers going down, there was a lot of back and forth about who dispatches. OUC got dispatch information for that from Fire EMS. And Fire EMS knows units through a host of different means. But one of the things that we discovered is that we have processes, OUC has processes, Fire EMS has processes, MPD has processes, and some of these conflict. So people are actually abiding by whatever their specific process is. They just don't match. So one of the 22-point plan actions was we started a interagency work group headed by my office with OUC and Fire EMS, but not just, I met with the chief and Director McGaffin, but then we brought in all level of staff from representation from IT, from agency, dispatcher, call taker, EMS, to look at 3 critical policies so that we have, instead of OUC Fire EMS, eventually MPD, there's one. And one of them is, what do we do in a CAD outage? So I point out some of those.
Okay, well, that is very good to hear. And I think that cross collaboration is going to continue to be really important moving forward, and with training as well. Do you all run drills to test what happens if there is an outage, if all those layers that you're adding in don't work?
Absolutely, we do. And so we tend to do them more in a controlled environment, just because taking down everyone's MDTs and their mobiles for police and fire cannot be the easiest. But we're really committed to doing that in the future with MPD and FEMS on board now to have those citywide drills for those types of things. Before, we were doing a more controlled.
What does that mean, more controlled environment?
So more controlled, like we would simulate an outage in a simulation lab. We would drill for our piece of it. Now we're going to drill with everybody participating.
Okay, so those drills cross agency have not yet happened.
So we have worked with FEMS, and in fact, we have done a couple of different changes. So before the FEMS would bring out a big board, they have magnets on them, they have all the units on the board. The flows, the fire liaison officers, the ELOs, the EMS liaison officers, and the battalion chief, who is assigned to OUC, would control those boards. We don't do that anymore. We allow for the dispatchers to do it, because they're the ones that are talking to the people on the radio, and really have that interaction with the units out on the field. So we have practiced that. They're doing that. And so we've done that in a controlled. We have not done a citywide one with the units out in the field yet.
Okay, when can we expect that citywide drill to happen?
They're working on that in the working group.
So we want to finish up within 3 months. There are 3 policies. Bridge, because you've heard a lot about the manual of the mutual aid, CAD outage, and then the third one I have here, which is AMR direct dispatch. So within 3 months, those 3 policies will be done. We've already met several times and kind of combined the 2. So the first thing is we want to have a written policy. So we anticipate that started in August. So by November, we should have all 3 of those done. And then after, we can train and drill.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And why don't we plan for the next time we do this monthly check-in in October to have some updated dates about when that
Sure.
drill would happen? That'd be
Yep,
great.
and HCM will be a vital part of that. They'll help us plan that exercise, since there'll be so many people.
Thank you. Thank you both. I'm now going to turn to my colleagues for their 15-minute rounds. Again, we're maintaining the order from this morning, so we will turn to Councilmember Allen, then Henderson, and then Bonds. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you both.
Good afternoon.
I wondered if I can focus for a second on the classes of recruitment and the process to get through, to help understand, also for the public to understand the large size you have to start with to actually get the folks that are coming in. And I think everybody wants to see more folks coming in, but also the reality is it's actually pretty hard to get someone all the way through your different tests. So if I understand correctly, but Director McGaffin, correct me if I'm wrong here, from what I read in your quote to the paper, you had an event where 197 people came to a recruitment event. Out of that, once you went through the initial screening and then the interview process, and then going through the drug screening, criminal background checks, and exams, 19 people make it through that process. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. And that suitability also includes the psychological, the 2 to 3 hours.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. And for that 19, that group of 19, are we at the beginning of their, and correct me if I'm wrong, is it a 3 or 6 month process right now?
So it's 6 months.
Still 6 months. Okay.
Mhm.
Are we at the beginning of that 6 month process or at the end of that?
So the offers have been extended. So they will come in October. These 9 will come in October, and hopefully we'll extend 10 more offers. These other 10 have passed the suitability. So they're just doing their HR paperwork, getting the last bit of their paperwork into DCHR, and then hopefully we'll extend. So the goal is hopefully that all 19 of the people on that chart will be extended offers in October, and then they'll start that class, that 6-month class in October.
And when you're saying 10 additional, I'm sorry, was that 10 on top of the 19 or that 10
No,
was
so that's
inclusive of the 19?
19 minus 9 is the 10. Mhm.
Got it. Okay. So part of what I wanted to explore a little bit. So when we held a hearing back in January of 2022, at that time, when we were talking about our numbers, the numbers that we recited in that hearing was you'll get approximately 200 applicants at a recruitment effort and event. Out of that, 30 to 40 make it past all the screening and testing. Out of that, 20 will actually make it past the background checks, the exams. And that then gets down to 10 of those 20 will actually complete the 6 months.
That's right. So our numbers are a little bit higher of the people that are completing because we're being more competitive on the front end.
The
So
numbers sound pretty similar though, right? So we had 197 come to the recruitment event. In 2022, we talked about 200 applicants for a recruitment effort.
So hopefully all 20 of these folks so in our last class of 20, we had 1 person not finish.
Okay.
And they just couldn't really make the 12 hours work for them.
Mhm.
They just didn't want to work the nights and weekends. And so they were a DC government employee somewhere else and they went back to that job. And so we're really trying to get everybody through the process. And one of the great things about Prospect Day is when we're bringing folks in, we're connecting them with people who have some of the same challenges or lifestyles that they have. And so that's really helpful. We're really encouraging real conversations. So while they're waiting to have their interview, they're talking to call takers and dispatchers. So they're really understanding, like, you might not be there on holidays, you might have to miss activities or things like that. And so we're really trying to do that. And then we also have the wellness program. So if people do have roadblocks, we're really trying to help them get over that. So the 20 that start, the success rate of the people finishing is higher.
And that's what I'm trying to get to. So thank you. So are you seeing a trajectory from that conversation we had in 2022 to where we are today, a higher rate of individuals that are completing that 6 month?
Yes, that's right. All of our training is APCO certified now. All of our trainers are APCO certified, and you're now getting a certification. Before we were just educating you, but now you're really certified. You're certified by the American Heart Association and TCPR. You're certified by APCO to be a telecommunicator. So there are real curriculums, there are real guideposts. We're able to say, hey, you're not cutting it here. We're able to offer remedial training earlier to really get people through. And then we also, like I said, have the wellness coordinator. So if there are outside influences, we're really working with our wellness coordinator to help those folks overcome those things.
Got it. So obviously we want to see as many as possible complete that 6 months. I want to stress how it feels like it is an incredibly difficult challenge to overcome the number of vacancies we have, because all that effort you're describing got us from 10 people making it through the 6 month to close to 19, it sounds like, right? So like that's a greater success rate. So that's good. But we're talking about a total of about 10 more than you otherwise would have.
In this class. So that's in this class. So the $2,500 hiring bonus in fiscal year 24. And we have a class in session now, so we can't count them. We have 17 in that class right now. We gave that out 44 times. And so when we talk about call takers and bringing them in, we also have to talk about how being a dispatcher is a promotion. And so even though we're bringing people in, we're then taking people from call taking and promoting them up to dispatcher, promoting them to supervisor. Some of them do leave. A lot of people are retiring out of the system. And so, or some are going to other places, but I think we have a good understanding of what is causing people to leave and addressing those concerns. And I think what we've seen in this year is we in 22 and certainly in the pandemic years, there was a mass exodus. We didn't have that in this fiscal year. Some people left, but we know exactly why they did those things.
Are we
And just-
obtaining? Go
Just
ahead.
one thing. So when Director McGaffin began being director in February of 2023, we should point out there were 57 call taker vacancies. Like, as she pointed out today, I think it's 22 actually today because we check it every week. So we are making progress, just like in MPD or any other place where we have a pipeline and you do have attrition. When you are actually decreasing the number of vacancies available, that's how we are determining, are we making progress, both in retention and also in recruiting, so.
Yeah, thank you. Director, should we move away from the 12-hour shift? I feel like we routinely hear that it's a challenge. Anybody holding a
It's a
12-hour
challenge.
shift is a challenge. If you were to switch to 8, is it that frankly, the shortage actually gets exacerbated if you move to an 8-hour shift right now? So you almost have to hold on to your 12-hour shift for the time being.
We do. So right now, we have 12-hour shifts and that's what we need to hold on because we need more people. We need a lot of things to kind of switch for an 8-hour shift. We also often poll our staff, our workforce. People like the 12 hours because it gives them every other weekend off. And so finding what the right balance is for them is equally important to me to really create that life work balance. I'm about the people that work at OUC just as I am about the people that we serve in Washington, DC. And so, we'll entertain any idea, but one of the things that we have to do first is, kind of fill the gap of staffing, and then we can talk about what 8, 10, or 12 hours shifts look like and what's best for the workforce.
Got it. I know that you've talked about the $2,500 signing bonus. Are there efforts at OUC to look at pension reform, to add pensions? I know we had the same conversation, for example, Department of Corrections, where we have challenges there. It's expensive, but it also is one of the things that employees often cite as where they don't feel at equity with some of our other law enforcement and public safety and first responder folks.
This is a conversation. Obviously, there is a push to classify telecommunication professionals as first responders. And we understand this is a conversation that I do have with Department of Corrections and otherwise. We want to recognize the importance of the role that everyone plays, but we also have to look at the realities of things like pensions. You do mention that is real, that our pension last year in terms of what we currently have for fire, police, and teachers is a significant portion of budget. And so as we balance the best way to ensure that we're able to staff, that we're appropriately recognizing the work across the public safety and justice ecosystem and other places, that we're in a position financially to be responsible so that we can continue to do things like raises and regular cost of living increases and meeting all of our CBA requirements while also recognizing the cost of pensions is a significant one for the district.
I want to turn, if I can, to August 13th. So I know a couple other cases have gotten a lot more profile so far today, but I did want to check on this. So my understanding is on the evening of August 13th, there was a dispatch for a 9-month-old who was experiencing seizures. But the dispatch notes told the responding medics that it was a 9-year-old. They had to go up several flights of stairs, and obviously the medication that would be locked in the unit and would have to be sent out would be different for a 9-year-old versus a 9-month-old. Did we determine if the dispatch notes incorrectly said it was a 9-year-old versus a 9-month-old?
I'm not certain about that one.
I think this is
if
the
we
first
had
time.
more information, I'd be happy to look into that. I haven't received that one.
Okay, I would like for us to look into this.
Absolutely.
My understanding is that the dispatch notes to the first responding medics said that it was a 9-year-old. And after climbing several flights of stairs, found out it was a 9-month-old that was seizing and they had to run back downstairs to get the correct medication. In the same call, apparently the address was also incorrect.
Okay.
And they were dispatched to 3100 16th Street Northwest when the correct address was 3900 16th Street Northwest.
So I do know about that one. When we get the CD ones, we look at them fully. So I do know about the address portion of that. That one, personnel action is being taken, so I can't say more about that, but the address was put in incorrectly by the call taker.
Okay. And yes, and I know you will not be able to speak specifically about personnel actions, but would I be correct to assume, I think you just kind of confirmed that, the personnel action would not be taking place if the correct information had been added in?
Yeah, and we'll post that publicly, as you know, on the dashboard, like to the extent there's a personnel action, there's likely something worthy of discipline, which we put out, so we can check that one to see. But
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I would ask that you take a look at the same information related to the 9-year-old versus a 9-month-old, right?
Sure.
If we've got a 9-month-old seizing on the floor and the medics have to run back all the way back downstairs, go back, change the medication, those seconds and minutes
Absolutely.
can change the outcome.
yeah, we'll look at the call holistically.
Okay. I also had seen some reporting online that OUC had dismissed the quality assurance dispatch team with FIMS last month.
So-
Is that correct, and why?
No, that is an inaccurate statement. So Dr. Wittberg is the new medical director for FEMS. He also is really familiar with being a medical director for a 911 center. And so he and I have been meeting very frequently. The FEMS team was at OUC. They're still going to do the work that they do, just not at OUC. And we're still going to work with them. They have moved out of the building. Our team members are the ones that were getting that feedback from them. They were the ones doing the one-on-ones with the call takers for quality assurance. We're moving to a system that has 100% quality assurance with the use of some AI, which is really pretty interesting. And also now that we have accredited programming and we have everyone's getting accredited and trained, we can take over that capability by ourselves. It is very uncommon for 911 centers across the nation to have someone else be doing their quality assurance. So we're still going to be working with FEMS very closely. Their team was just moved out to go back to the office of the medical director.
And one thing to point out with that is Director McGaffin is talking about accreditation. One of the kind of external measures that we believe is important for OUC is accreditation. So part of that, we're really applying all of the best practices and standards, which this is one of them. So internal quality assurance, working with both fire EMS and MPD is critical, but the agency, if we're going to move towards accreditation, needs to be able to continue to grow in internal quality assurance. And these are really the steps we're taking to move towards that. I believe we're doing NINA.
That's right.
Are we doing CALIA?
We're doing
What-
CALIA and the APCO Project 33 accreditation. We're in the programs right now for both of those. And so just if I could, I know one of the public witnesses had cited the CPR goals. And so I just want to note that all of the call takers at the Office of Unified Communications are TCPR certified, thanks to Councilmember Allen, when you had that happen. And so our latest goals are this: to recognize the need for TCPR, the American Heart Association says the goal is 75%. FEMS has reported to us, that same team, that we meet that goal 92.29% of the time. The goal for recognized is 95%. We're almost there at 94%. And that the guidelines were followed 100% of the time. We meet that 81.57%, and that goal is 75. So I just want to be very clear that those numbers are being reported. FEMS has them, they send them to us. And that's the work that they'll continue to do for the CPR calls for TCPR, just not at our location because we need more space.
Got it. Final question I want to ask is we look at the onboarding of trying to get new hires in. You talked about the exodus during the pandemic, but that you felt like that rate of attrition has slowed down. What is our attrition? How many people, for example, retired, separated last year? Because what I'm trying to get at is, while I applaud that we're going to be able to be more successful of keeping that class and get more people through that 6 months, it still feels like it's going to take a while till we actually fully staff and get caught up in all the vacancies.
We might have to get the year.
I can tell you for September, we did pull those numbers and we'll get them for the year. We had two people resign and we separated two. So since August, and this was August and September, so we've had 4 people to resign.
Is that a typical month?
I'm sorry?
Feels like that's a typical month.
In 2 months.
In 2 months.
That's August.
That's in 2
September.
months. That's pretty typical. I think that that's pretty typical. And that's why it's so important for me, not just to fill the positions now, but to have this really strong pipeline so that when folks leave or they tell us that they're leaving, that we're just pulling in the next folks. We have them all the way up until that fingerprint and that drug testing. And then we can have them go through that process because those are only valid for about 60 days. We can pull them in and then they can start in the class right away without these big gaps.
Okay, I know we're out of time, but
Yeah, I'm
if
sorry.
you can share the full year
Absolutely.
information through the committee, I think that'd be helpful.
Sure.
Because obviously if that's an average time frame, then that's a departure of 24 people per year. And so how many people are coming in to fill those spots? I hope you got the urgency I certainly feel from my constituents and residents when I've got somebody who literally doesn't even call 911, instead runs to the fire station. All of us should say that's unacceptable. And I think having our public safety leaders, our OUC leaders, be able to tell the public, you find that unacceptable, I think is helpful for them to understand the recognition of the problem to then outline the solutions that you want to try to create.
Absolutely.
Sure. And I want to say this, one of the things that the mayor, 'cause we talk about this a lot, and she is very involved, is that our goal, which can seem lofty, is her goal that she set for us is she wants us to not have a queue at all. So that when people call, that they are confident that someone will immediately pick up. And that's really what we're working towards, is that people will always get their calls answered without a queue, which is, it is lofty, but we believe that we can get there. And then of course that people know that we're going to dispatch and that they're going to get safe, accurate, and reliable. That is our priority and our goal, and from the mayor on through. So we do
I
want.
think that's what we
people
all
to do
want.
that.
It's just not our reality today.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Henderson?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Director and Deputy Mayor. I want to go back to talking some about the technology failures piece. So I sent a letter in August and you all wrote back in terms of outlining 8. We've since learned 18 technology failures since December of 2023. Was the agency experiencing any of these technology failures prior to December of 2023?
Yeah, there are always technology failures or outages. But the reason we tracked from December was because that was the first time we'd had a total system outage.
Okay.
In kind of anyone's recent memory. And so we were looking at that period starting then.
Okay. So you mentioned OUC released the 22-step action plan in August.
Just to be clear, not OUC, because it's on OCA's website.
Sorry,
Because
OPTO on
the district, like us on our side.
on the city administrator's website.
Yeah.
Which I had to just search in Google because it's not apparent. So just something on that front. I guess my question is, if you had been having these total system outages since December of 23 or had been experiencing situations, why did it take until August for you all to release a plan to address that issue?
So everything was different. So the December one was a fiber cut. They were doing work at 441 and someone cut fiber.
Okay.
Octo cut the fiber. So every single one of these has been different. So we've really been kind of like chasing things, didn't really think that there was a problem. We did know that the hardware was coming up on end of life. Certainly the hardware was about 5 years old, and certainly our call volume or the number of people on that hardware wasn't what it is today. And so we had been looking at that. But then with all of these, I said, we just have to look at everything and take a much deeper dive into all of this.
Okay, so let's talk about the plan.
Can I just say, because the plan, so I convened a meeting, I believe it was in July, because we had a series of weeks. It's what the director is pointing out is a lot of things in isolation, but which, like I said, we have outages or flickers or these various things. But from my perspective, as kind of from a systemic perspective, after several weeks of her just being like, and this flicked, And by flickers, I mean power flickers.
No,
in
no,
these
I
things.
understand, but a flicker is different than the system going down for 2 hours.
So we don't, so just to be clear, we have not had 18 full system outages.
Right.
We have not had 8 full CAD outages. And that's why what we're talking about, we've had, I could give you the numbers, but the total system outages, I believe, are 3, and those were varied. The fiber cut, the person pushing through the patch, and CrowdStrike. So what we are really talking about is CAD went down, or a couple MDTs aren't working. I want to be clear about that because there is a vast chasm in what all of those things look like, which is why I laid out sort of telephony versus CAD versus these things, because for us, it all matters in sort of the experience of how OUC employees are able to work and otherwise, but it has not been total system outages. of
Okay,
those
so
numbers.
one of the things you talked about though, network infrastructure, server, patch issues, patching different, but let's talk about sort of the hardware piece of things.
Yep.
You know, in the Octo/OUC/OCA DC government plan is some pieces around capital. And I think you talked about this, Deputy Mayor Pia, and Octo, OUC, and DGS on capital investments. But from where? Because the FY24 capital budget for OUC had 0.
Yep.
For IT and communication upgrades. In FY25, we approved $712,000. So I have to imagine that we're looking at over $1 million here.
So there's a couple of spots. So one is one of them is Octo, because Octo would be doing the hardware upgrades. And so they had already had capital investments, I think from a couple of years ago. They mentioned pandemic that didn't happen for OUC. So that's one piece.
Okay.
Another is there was money allocated for HCMA, who was also at the UCC, for us to do upgrades. HCMA has now moved into, quite frankly, like what many of you seen, a very nice EOC. And so what we said, as money was allocated to do upgrades for HCMA to the UCC, we would utilize those capital investments to do, whether it's OUC or HCMA, we need power upgrades and otherwise at the Unified Communications
Yes.
Center. So that's
and
their
I'm
capital.
Also concerned in the fact that you all, well, OUC and HCMA share a space.
Mhm.
So if you're experiencing power outages or flickers, then HCMA is also.
They're not there. They've moved to the EOC down now in Navy Yard.
Okay, so they've moved.
Yeah,
buildings.
so if
Okay.
you go on their side, they're not there, but like
Okay.
there was, yeah.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the staffing piece. And, you know, Deputy Mayor Pia, we've talked about this.
Mhm.
I always feel like, whether it be OUC, whether it be MPD, anybody who's using millions of dollars in overtime, that tells me that we've got a staffing problem, right? Because, if we would just hire someone at that position, it would be certainly much cheaper in order for us to do that. So in mid-August, OUC began offering an $800 bonus to employees who did not call off for a shift. Director, you mentioned in your testimony that you have seen some success in this. Does this suggest that higher pay just in general can solve some of our staffing challenges?
So just for awareness, that's for current employees. It's $2,500 hiring bonus, which we've had for a while.
I know, hiring bonus, we'll put that to the side. I'm talking about the existing, you already getting pay and benefits, and yet you still are calling out for multiple shifts. This additional $800, should we not, like, what do you think is happening?
What do I think? So I did this job and I did it for a long time. And I will honestly say there were some days that were so hard, and then I have to go home to my own kids. And sometimes it was just like, I really need to just take the day off. Like, I don't know if my brain or my emotions can handle this. And so it was a way to kind of just get people in the door, like get through this one more day, but also to reward the people that are showing up every day, that showed up all summer long, that didn't call out, that came to all their shifts, that are staying over to cover the short shifts. And also, you know, it gives us an opportunity, the people who aren't there, like we have a good pulse on them, but the people who aren't there are the people I'm worried about. So making contact with them, getting them with our wellness person, like, why aren't you coming to work? Because everybody at the OUC will tell you they're there for a reason. It's not just a job, it's a calling. And you're there because you want to help. And so if you need help, that's okay, but I want you there so we can help you. And so that incentive was multi-layered, and that's how when I first brought it, that's how I brought it. And higher pay, when we did a nationwide large city pay parity, we're the highest paid, but it didn't take it in account cost of living. And
That's
so
what it's
now
like, cost of living is.
cost of living. And so in fact, everybody was like, wow, we should be making what they're making in DC. So now we're doing one with the Metropolitan Washington Council of Government. So with
Okay.
Fairfax, Arlington, Alexandria, Prince George's, Montgomery, because that's more realistic. And also we have the highest concentration of 911 centers in the nation. We, you know, in like a 50-mile radius, just because of our close proximity of borders. And so folks have an option. They can work public, they can work private. You know, I've done both. And so there are a lot of opportunities for 911 professionals here. And so I want to get people in the door, and that's really important, but I want them to stay here. And so that's part of that incentive. And so that's one of the initiatives. This incentive is I think the first step of something that you're going to be seeing. We're looking at salaries and commitments to make changes.
Okay, when is the salary review with COG going to be
So
complete?
we have everyone's data. We have a top to bottom assessment going on right now at OUC by an independent contractor who's a subject matter experts in 911. And so we've given them that information, and they'll be able to do that for us. So hopefully by December, we'll have all of the information. They look at start, middle, and end.
Okay, are you going to release that report?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Don't say absolutely like, oh my God, of course, because.
No, absolutely we will. I
Okay.
mean, it's important to do that, you know, as part of the commitment, right? And the reset and moving forward. So absolutely we'll be
Okay.
doing that. And we'll also create a roadmap, and that'll be available on our website, just like the roadmap from the other auditors report is on.
Okay, and so I'm hopeful that with a December release timeframe, that will inform the mayor's budget decisions as it relates to OUC.
Yeah, and that's also why we're working too with the lab and with OBPM to try and get a sense of there's the pay piece, but there's also how many people does it really take to staff a shift? So there's the leg that we're looking at, but then there's also, because of our kind of unique leave programs and other things like that, what is the appropriate relief factor? So all of that is going into kind of the assessment we're doing now, because we could just keep saying we need more people, but realistically, what do we need?
Okay, well, I mean, sorry, the feedback, because we all have our mics on at the same time, which is all good, it's fine. One of the things in that, you know, Director, you often talk about how the call volume has increased in DC over, you know, several years span. And in your opinion, has the number on staffing corresponded with that increase?
No, because we've had positions that we haven't been able to fill. And so they're directly correlated, but one hasn't been able to keep up with the other. And so, you know, we're asking people to do a heavier workload each and every day that they come in, minimizing breaks in between calls.
Yeah. When you all do assessments in terms of a mistake that has occurred, is part of that evaluation looking at whether or not somebody is on one of these short shifts?
Yes, absolutely. And whether they were there on overtime, which was a catalyst for moving from the 8-hour or the 6 hours of holdover to the 4 hours of holdover.
How often is that, not the cause, but how often is that a factor?
I don't have numbers right in front of me, but it does play wildly enough that I can say with confidence that it does play into that.
Okay. In terms of, so, you know, we did some emergency legislation. We're going to pass the permanent around bringing in or adding additional capacity with retired firefighters and police officers. I think there might have been 3 who have been hired already. Two. Are we doing our best to inform folks of this opportunity? Not just those who have recently retired, but those who are in our, I'll call them our alumni pool?
So we work with IAF, right?
Okay.
Like what I do to make sure that they're aware that they're reaching out to the members. They put, for instance, when we had our job fair, our prospect days on their listserv, and which is pretty broad and vast. So really, I mean, that's kind of the best tool that we have. The other thing is that we've had, because we've had 2, like, I feel like one of our current supervisors or fire mass supervisors, he's now sitting on our interagency work group, and there's really a good kind of, we believe, incredible messengers for the work that's done at OUC now that he's come over. And also, I mean, he's for speaking with Fire EMS about some of the like realities of what's happening at OUC. So I think as we have more people on, we have found that across public safety, our best kind of recruiting tool is our people themselves. And so we're hopeful that those channels of using IAFF and then also having our actual dispatchers who come over, help us with recruiting will yield good results.
Okay. In terms of call volume in general, though, are we doing our best? So I chair the health committee. Oftentimes we have to have these conversations with folks around when is the appropriate time to go to the emergency room versus primary care, preventative care, urgent care, other types of things. And in some of these instances, I actually feel like we could probably do a better job by making other numbers more readily available to folks. So for instance, I know there are plenty of communities who don't want to call 911. They prefer to have a crisis response team come to respond. If it's a person who is having some sort of behavioral health challenge, they don't want MPD to be involved. And yet to find that number, you got to like search upwards and downwards. And have we thought about maybe if we made it easier for folks to choose these alternative paths, that might impact call volume?
Yes, we would love for that to be the case. But one of the things is, I think that we have found, because we are part of the Harvard Kennedy cohort, we have for the third year, looking at our DVH diversion line, is that a lot of times, well, one, people in DC do tend to want fire EMS and MPD dispatch. That's one of the kind of things that we found, which we're trying to work on more information. It is also, and this is kind of across the board, we need more staffing in those other places as well, because where you are going to certainly get people answer the call is 911. And that is part of why people are calling. And so that, I think that's an issue on the DBA.
So, I mean, I think it's an issue across the continuum, but on that really quickly, how is text 911 staffed? Is that different? I imagine that's different. How many people?
So it's coming into our center. And so actually, right now it sits at our supervisors' consoles. They can all answer those. And then we can just answer those. Quite honestly, most of the texts that we get to 911 are mental health consumers who are just citing DC law all day, copying and pasting it into 911. Most people prefer a call. We do get some that it's a very real emergency, and so we interact with them. We had it that it was going to call takers, but it was tying them up for a long period of time. So we put them on the supervisor's mound. It works well. When people are out of their rotation on the radios for police, they'll come up and answer those calls as well.
Thank you. I'm up for time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Next, we will turn to Councilmember Bonds for a 15-minute round.
Thank you very much, and thank you all so much for being here. I think earlier you mentioned something about the cell phone users. Can you explain to me why you would not see the number of the caller? And maybe we need to talk about the vendors that stand up these systems and whether or not we need a mandate plan in the District of Columbia. That's one of the concerns I have.
So a non-service initiated cell phone is a cell phone that has no calling plan attached to it. So years ago, when cell phones became prevalent, we would tell people stop giving your old cell phones to your kids to play with, because oftentimes they were calling 911. When those phones call 911, we see a 10-digit number, but the area code is 911. So if we were to call them back, we would just be calling ourselves. And so we have worked really hard here because we were, because we didn't know giving phones out that didn't have a phone plan attached to them to victims, especially domestic violence victims. And so we've worked with Director Porter and her team to make sure that anybody that's given a phone has a service plan, so at least we can make contact with them. But those phones are coming into us. We have no way of calling them back. And so a lot of times it is kids playing on the phone. Sometimes it's a real emergency, and we have no way of knowing in the industry, not just in Washington, DC, but in the industry, if it's a fake call or if it's a real call, unfortunately.
And so honestly, that's some of the work I know that Director McGaffin and the other 911 and PSEP directors are working on with the FCC, but it's really federal. These are really things that have to come from the federal government. I think we do have a unique position in district as our Congress. They visit a lot, and we have a relationship through Nina, APCO, and otherwise that we can be a part of really lobbying for some of those changes that would really help across the system. But that is certainly one of those that we do need to work on.
Thank you very much. I was very curious about that and wondered whether or not there was something we needed to do here or could do here. So
We get a lot of them in the District
Yeah.
of Columbia, far more than my colleagues.
all right, and they're not marked spam. I got you.
No.
Okay. I wanted to, can you help me understand exactly what an employee, a new employee needs to have in the way of equipment in order to do their job at your office?
Sure. So when they come to us, it's really important that they know how to type with their fingers, not just their thumbs. That's a big thing. And so that skill set is highly important. And so when they come to us, we give them everything that they need. All of their training material, we give them their headsets. That's most important. You'll be glad to know that we put those on a much tighter recirculation after your first visit and someone experienced an issue while you were there. And so they have their headsets, they share consoles, and they're able to take calls. Really, other than the typing, the ability to read a map, a deep knowledge of Washington, DC, and the ability to learn and multitask, we can teach you how to take and process 911 calls.
All right, so you mentioned read a map. Tell me what does that look like?
So
What does
in
that mean?
In the critical test, it's really about just knowing north, east, south, and west, knowing where to turn, being able to say the supermarket is north of the grocery store. We do a lot of more in-depth and certainly concentrated to DC map education when they're in the classroom. They're doing weeks of that. FEMS is very helpful with that. Actually, Department for Hired Vehicles is very helpful for that, DPW. And so we are really just losing people on those basic skills of map reading, because now that we have Waze and we're just turning left or right or exiting at 5, it's becoming increasingly harder for people, for candidates to kind of get through those basic things. And so what we're trying to do is catch kids who want to do this career sooner in the junior academy, so we can help them really fine tune those skills.
No, I think that's a great idea. As you were talking about the map, the call comes in. Is there a map that lights up that actually pinpoints where the call is coming from?
Sometimes, not all the time. So I've heard a lot of talk today about locationing determining technology, and I want to be very clear about something. It can be right sometimes, but it's not right all the time, because there's a 2-year window that the vendors have to make sure that it's 100% accurate. There's a radius that it can be accurate in, and that's great. So if you work in a more rural area, maybe a 50-yard radius is great, but when you're in Washington, DC, that doesn't help. We're just now starting to get Z access, but it's very different for each building. And so that's really hard. And so there are a lot of calls that are still coming into us that are coming in with the cellular tower address on it, or they're coming in with an address that might be close but isn't pinpointed to the call.
So if I am a call taker, I don't really know where the call is coming from.
Not all the time.
Yeah. That's one of the concerns I've had.
Absolutely.
long-term. Yeah. So what do we do?
So we're looking at new technology. We're really pushing the industry, showing them how concerning it is for us, and really pushing that the people who have the information and can deliver that information to us, making sure that they're doing that. Now, when everybody goes out and gets the newest and latest, greatest phones, a lot of that is built in, and that's fantastic. But there are people who are holding on to older phones, and so that information isn't available. And so people who are calling from what we call copper lines, but their phones within their houses, typically those are coming with addresses. But another issue we're seeing is, let's say I moved from like Kansas to Washington, DC. I can keep my telephone number now from Kansas. I, call up my cable provider, I keep my phone number. And now that people don't get paper bills, they don't have to change their addresses, right? Because they're getting them in their email. And so now when they call 911, they're getting Kansas again because their mailing address is still that Kansas address and not the Washington, DC one. And so we have a lot of different anomalies happening when it comes to addressing. And so it's really important that people change their addresses if they're moving on their cellular phone bills and on their VoIP. And also just making sure that they're looking around and have an awareness of where they are, because the truth is we don't always know where you are.
And
All
even
right.
things like we've worked with DDOT on signage, because as we do a lot of sort of ceremonial namings, that doesn't always change in the systems, right? So as you're naming new streets, people sometimes don't know where they are. Is it the brown sign? Is it the green sign? Is it northwest? Those don't have directional things on them. So there's a lot of pieces that we have to work on because, we like the namings in DC, but that becomes the signage that people see, and it doesn't necessarily have location and can be confusing as well.
When I first joined today's hearing, my point was that how do we achieve this 100% accuracy? It is not humanly possible, in my opinion. It is very concerning to think about all of the parts of a call that can go wrong or lead you in the wrong direction. You're commended for, I think you say you're being honored. That's great. But I'm more concerned with what is it that we can fix? Any parts of things that have gone wrong that we can fix. And so I'm trying to, hear what the messaging is to get a clear picture of where we are with our call system. We have to have it. We know that. And you're right. The whole community knows anything's wrong, 911, pick it up, call it, and then expect, everything to be straightened out. And so I'm really concerned as to what can we do moving forward to get closer to 100%. And I started by asking the 15% that our calls dropped. I thought that might give us a clue, but I'm not sure because I think you kind of answered some of the things that happen when a call is dropped. But are we missing something as to why we're dropping calls?
Can I just say one thing? My job is to make sure we're working on systemic solutions. And so that's why I started with, a lot of times we talk about incidents and we look at the individual incidents to see what in there, is there something collectively going wrong? Because at one point, however many million times OUC gets it right, but we want it every time. And so a lot of what you're seeing is, it is all of the pieces. It is us figuring out why is our calls taking longer. Well, Fire EMS now presents me with a weekly dashboard where we see we have our largest proportion of calls by far is substance abuse and mental health calls. And we know that many people are calling because if they call there, the ER will take them directly. So when you heard Councilmember Henderson talk about the health committee, well, we are working with DC Health. How do we get our ER wait times down? We talk about this as an ecosystem because it really is. So we do have to look at technology. One of the things that we've learned is that as our agencies are adding technology, Fire EMS and MPD might have great tech, but it affects CAD. It affects OUC's experience. And so bringing Octo back in as a central piece of really monitoring more of that. So
Okay.
I say that because all of that really is that. And then there's what Director McGaffin can do within the agency, but we're working at every level on the issues.
And I hear you. And so for the composite of all of the affected agencies working together, how does that happen? Does that happen daily? Does it happen weekly, monthly? And when we say, how does it happen? I'm asking also, is it a process that is chaired by a particular, oh, you chaired that. Okay, I got it. All right, so you're doing that and you're also doing other things, right?
Well, not me specifically, like,
Oh,
but
your hand
because,
went up.
well, DMPSJ, so members of my team, we participate when we have to as the director level, but a lot of the work we want to happen at the staff level, so direct, like, actual decisions come to us. And so by me, I mean DMPSJ as the kind of
All right.
fulcrum.
All right, so the director is pulling this team together on a weekly basis, I presume.
So we have a battalion chief from DC Fire and EMS who her office is at the OUC. That's where she reports every day. We also have a commander from Metropolitan Police Department. He reports to the OUC every day as well. There are the partners that we work with the most. And so they're every day. They're there every day. As far as DBH is there every day, they have a seat there. Their access helpline is located there. CFSA needed space there. Warm line is located there. And so we welcome over DDOT, DPW, all the agencies that we work together with. We're in constant contact with them.
All right. Oh, okay.
I have everybody on speed
Yeah.
dial.
Let that be. I wanted to ask about the recruitment, whether or not you've given, or do you recruit within our local government? Going into the different agencies and saying, hey, this is a great job, come and be with us. I'm gonna make sure that you get $800 every time you show up or every week you show up. And would they get the $2,500 hiring package?
They do. We've had a couple and they do get the $2,500 hiring incentive. They're also eligible for the $800. And Councilmember Bonds, thank you. You always are sending over resumes, people, and some of them have been hired and are great assets to our team. So thank you very much for doing that. We always are looking, we have a great relationship with MPD and FEMS on that front. MPD and FEMS both require a physical aspect to their recruitment, whether it's jumping over walls or carrying heavy objects. I don't have that at OUC. And so if folks are really great candidates for their agencies, but just aren't able to do those things, then we have a conversation with them and let them, come over to the OUC. We've had a couple of people come over that way and it's been really great. And that's really with anybody. If there's a physical thing or something else that is prohibiting them from doing their job, agencies are always looking to us and we're happy to have those members.
And it's also why we recently did our first ever PSJ hiring event, and we'll be doing more of those. It was really an experiment, and at the Armory, we had over 3,000 people register. We had all of the PSJ agencies, or not all, but many of them, I think it was 9 of them, in one space, because people don't always know, oh, if I'm not, I might think I want to work for MPD or Fire EMS, but I didn't realize DOC or OUC or DFS have positions. So having people in one space and really working together is kind of a model we're going to be adopting moving forward, because it really is effective.
All right, well, thank you. My last question is, as you're talking about getting other agency personnel on board, have you thought extensively about maybe DPW? Seems to me they would know a lot about the streets and the roadways in our city.
They need people as well. And so I don't want to really poach from Director Spriggs, but they are very, very helpful in our education of the streets and understanding that. And also, I just want to say in this forum that we worked this past year with Director Lamont Carey from Returning Citizens, and we have Returning Citizens at 311, which is great for everyone. So we're not going to poach from DPW, but we do use them for training.
All right, thanks. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you.
Having Peter to pay Paul, Council.
Well, it's serious. That's all I can say. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Next, I will turn to my Ward 4 colleague, Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to start with system outages. So basically from what I've heard from listening in, There were 3 system outages, one including a fiber cut, MDT went down, and something to do with CAT.
So the fiber cut and then the crowd strike. And then the push where the Octo contractor pushed and all of our computers at OUC, and yes, all the MDTs, because they're all provisioned to OUC, all went down.
All went down, okay.
Yes.
And now these outages are sort of considered, I am facilities chair, so differentiating between what is a DGS issue and what is an Octo issue, could
Yeah.
you help me understand what would be a DGS
Sure.
issue to fix versus what would be an Octo issue?
Yeah,
to
so
fix?
there are different, what she just described were system outages, but for your purposes, we have power issues going on. So where there
That's
might
right.
not be a total system outage, we have a lot of power flickering and backup generators kicking on. And so we're really working with DGS on PEPCO, like with PEPCO.
Okay,
Because the power issues is important. And then on the other side, for your purposes, are our HVAC and our chillers. We run a lot of equipment at the UCC, and we will as well at PSCC. So making sure that we have chillers so that, we
Right.
stay at the right temperature is
Yeah.
work we're doing with DGS as well. As well as, I will say, another piece on our radio tower sites, making sure we've had theft, so we've had to put up fencing and
got you.
additional security measures with DGS as well, to people cutting the copper cabling and things to our radio systems.
And
Right.
for those issues, do you all put in work orders like every other client agency puts in work orders?
Yes.
Okay.
And sometimes if it's critical, I call Director Hunter.
Call directly, okay. Is there, from a systems perspective, is there a way to make sure, Deputy Mayor, that sort of these work orders that are open at OUC, particularly given the nature, life-saving nature of this agency, could be made to be sort of emergency priority work orders versus just routine work orders?
Yeah, I have a bi-weekly meeting with the Assistant City Administrator on public safety and justice issues so that
Okay.
we can be prioritizing DGS, Octo, OCP,
Right.
and DCHR issues. So every other week, we go through what's critical, and then, if we have time, the things that are maybe further down the list to make sure. But in between there, both particularly CTO Miller and Director McGaffin will reach out to me in the ACA immediately when there's an issue, but on the routine work orders or otherwise, that bi-weekly meeting is where we're really kind of staying on top of
Okay.
whatever's pending in PSJ and particularly OUC.
Got it. Now, of the sort of incidents that occurred, including August 2nd, that outage was due to, that was more of a Octo base versus a DGS base.
Correct.
That's correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I want to ask, and then of these outages sort of now, what systems have been put in place to mitigate these outages since August 2nd?
So DGS just replaced one of our generators
Okay.
at UCC. So we have that. One of our chillers has been replaced. The second is due to be replaced within the coming months. We'll also have the second generator being replaced. And I'm looking at my CTO
Gotcha.
who does that, but so that's all correct. And so that's what we're doing. And then we also will be meeting with DGS, Octo, and PEPCO to talk about the power feed into the building.
Right.
Just because the building turns 20 years old this year. And so making sure that it's sustainable, as we're putting more demand on it.
And then also too, like we haven't talked about, but PSCC, our backup site, it's important. It's undergoing a major renovation. So really working with DGS to keep that project on track, because that'll give us, a redundancy where we really are getting like a huge amount of capacity over there. So that's a critical piece as well.
Got it. As facilities chair, I'm going to work closely with my colleague just to make sure any outstanding sort of work orders or things that need to be done or prioritized from a DGS perspective, we want to make sure you all have those things happening and done as efficiently and quickly as possible so we can avoid any situations moving forward in that regard. Outside of the system power outages, I want to talk about some of the dispatcher mistake issues. More so for us in Ward 4, we had a situation, if you all remember, where we lost sort of some 5 minutes between fire and EMS, was sent to 1320 Main Avenue Southwest along the Washington Channel. It was for a cardiac arrest, but it was actually an assisted living place in Ward 4, 8 miles away, which was 1320 Main Drive Northwest, which is assisted living place. Walter Reed is a newer development. And that was I don't think there's another way but to say a dispatcher mistake in that regard. What is being done to ensure, especially because we have so many new developments in the city coming up, including Walter Reed, what is being done with some of the geographical mistakes that are being made that could cost people their lives?
So we work very closely with the GIS team, and actually for that one, I think if we didn't, I can go back and find it. We have the screenshot where the phone company put the street name in incorrectly. And so really focusing on the training. I know another big one is water and water. And there are some others as well. And so our geography training is one of those things that probably takes up the most amount of time when we have folks for 6 months. And that's why we're leaning into folks like DDOT, DPW, hired vehicles, MPD, FEMS, because they're out there, right? We're over in a building, they're out there, they can see things. And so that's why we're doing the ride-alongs that President Hoagland and others mentioned, because it's really important for our staff to get out there and really see the neighborhoods and communities.
Yeah, that's right.
But also really looking at the technology piece and really just when roads are named, we are actually part of that process. We were not before. So they're sending them over and we're comparing them to other street names. And we're also thinking about like, how difficult would somebody, like the pronunciation of that? Does that sound like something else? Because that's where a lot of those errors come in.
Got it. Okay. I'm glad to hear that, just because it's, the geographic training has to be a priority, even with the phone companies, et cetera, going in.
If I could, sorry, if I could just add that, we also instituted 40 hours of continuing education training for every employee at OUC, and 8 hours of that is geared towards geography. So every year, the expectation is that they do at least 8 hours of something that is geography based, whether that be a ride along or something else that's really focused on geography. Bridges, of course, with the naming.
Understood. I grew up here and I know it's even for me, certain, and with all the new development, there's just so much new to the city that we have to stay on top of that. And those are dispatcher mistakes where we can actually make a difference and change the trajectory. I wanted to ask about, again, with the staffing, there have been people saying like hiring fairs have only been performative and they actually were not actually hiring people. And people are showing up to these hiring fairs and it's just happening, but nobody's getting hired. Help me understand sort of,
Okay,
is that happening or is that not?
So, I mean, we can't afford that in public safety and justice. So certainly a lot of our positions are safety sensitive. And so we can do, like Director McGaffin express screening, because there's some people we know will not be eligible. And that's, I think, primarily what we try to do is screen for different types of positions, pass to other agencies where there may not be the same stringent requirements. But for us, ours tend to be active, right? Like, we're trying to do, in our hiring fair several weeks ago, there was on-site interviews being done, right, at the Armory. So really, we try to do that. And if not, working with DCHR, and we have to make sure that there's immediate follow-up. A lot of our agencies, we can do screening. DYRS, you can, DOC, OUC.
Right.
So it's a little bit different than for maybe some of the administrative type job fairs where people, that's not the same.
I think, you know what, to just dispel it, you guys should start reporting out, like, we had this many people were hired from this hiring fair or something of that nature would probably be the best way to go. Because I'm sending constituents to hiring fairs in the expectation that the possibility of hiring is going to, can happen.
I have one or two from that very first hiring fair that
we had. Yeah, that's right. I want to ask about, I mean, is it time to move dispatching to DC Fire and EMS and away from OUDC? Sort of, I know it was discussion about, there was a 2019 pilot program where DC Fire and EMS paramedics handled EMS calls. Deputy Mayor, has the executive's position changed on this? Is this something that you all will take as a credible suggestion?
No, for a number of reasons. One, like part of it is what is industry best practice and standard, and that is not it to move to fire. Also, it's talking with, and I have this conversation with them regularly, the fire chief. fire union who are like, we don't want dispatch. And so that's really, no, we believe that what our goal is to make sure that the Office of Unified Communications is as strong as possible so that fire EMS and MPD can focus on their core functions, which are responding in the field to calls, right? And so the other thing that I would say is rarely does setting up a new agency or some new process go well. Like if our goal is to improve that and be more efficient and effective, my experience, you don't get efficiencies by giving other agencies large, difficult, challenging responsibilities that really detract from their main current functions. And that hasn't been the case in 20 years. There was a reason that dispatch was moved away from fire EMS 20 years ago. So rather than kind of moving backwards, we really should look at how all of the things that we're doing right now to improve. But one of the things that's important to me and to us is what is industry standard? What is best practice? Where is the industry moving? Because that's important as well.
I just think people want to improve how do I say this, quality of call takers in regards to sort of what they know, how urgent they understand the situation. And I think fire and EMS, fire and EMS are always in triage mode. They're always in needing to know and understanding the stakes. So I see both arguments here.
It would help if we will say this, that one of the things that could help that is also making sure that we are really focused on emergency calls, which is why we really will emphasize, because if you were to listen into calls, we have it's bizarre and outsized that our call volume is the 4th busiest in the United States. It equates to 11 calls per district resident every year. And I don't think most of us are calling that 11 times. So what I would say is it will allow for the call takers and dispatchers to really focus on emergencies if we emphasize, that you're calling the right line or that it's truly an emergency. And I just say that because really that's important because our call takers do spend a lot of time, I would say, on calls where you're like, this really should be 311, right? Like leaf collection, mail, and I'm not even being facetious or trying to be funny on
Got it. And one of the reasons I supported Councilmember Henderson's legislation around sort of having some of the people come from retired fire and EMS was because I thought these people actually are well equipped and understand not only the city, the urgency and that. So when we did that, I was wanting to see sort of how many individuals we could get from that and whether we saw an improvement based on their obvious skill and experience level.
So I'm gonna I support that 100%. And I love that they're there. We're so glad. None of them want to be call takers. They're all coming to us as dispatchers. And I think that's a really important thing to know. Dispatchers and supervisors, and we want them there. They understand emergencies. They can stay calm, cool, collected, right?
Understood.
When we talk about splitting up things, I want everybody to understand, I've been in this industry for a long time. I'm a subject matter expert in here. I've gone to a lot of centers to help reorganize. Most of what I'm doing is what I was doing was consolidating centers that were separate and putting them together. Because what happens is when you call 911, they say police, fire, or EMS. If you say fire, they're pushing you off to another queue and now you're waiting a second time. And so that's not the experience we want for our call takers. We want everybody to be able to listen to what the caller is saying and give the instructions that they need right away instead of putting them in a second queue. And so we've had a couple of cities along the East Coast, I don't want to call them out, but come to us to see what we're doing here because they're moving, the industry in big cities especially are moving away from that separate model. They're becoming universal call centers.
Okay. I want to get a transparency, but I don't think I'm gonna get there, but let me ask one more Ward 4 specific issue is our border issue. As you know, we border Montgomery County and PG County. We're still having issues with individuals who may live in Shepherd Park, North Portal Estates, Tacoma, make phone calls and they're being picked up by Montgomery County, as well as on the edge of Ward 4 where we are Riggs Park, Eastern Avenue, where we have PG County picking up. What are we doing to solve the border issue that does cause a delay for my community when they call 911 and they're getting the other counties?
That's right. We're still doing every quarter. We're meeting with Prince George's and Montgomery counties. We're looking at call volume count for cell phone towers and we're making adjustments. It's still whoever has the most calls that was meant for. So if we take 1,000 calls and 600 of them hit that cell phone tower met for Washington, D.C., then that cell phone tower will all come to Washington, D.C., and we'll take those other 400 and push out. The FCC just this year has created rulings, and the carriers have 2 years to make good on that. So
Okay.
every call that comes will come location of the cell phone,
Understood.
not the cell phone tower. That's the goal. And so we have movement on the federal level there. It's never unfortunately been a problem that I or any of my predecessors could fix. And I think that might have been said, and I'm sorry that that was the belief or understanding. But this is the FCC and they have moved, and
Okay.
it's going to be so great when we get past that 2 years and we can finally start holding those carriers accountable.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lewis George. And I know you mentioned you had some questions about transparency, and the good news is we're having another hearing next month specifically focused on transparency with OUC. We have been going for a little bit of time. I want to offer you all, if you want to take a 5-minute break. You're rolling. Okay. Okay. Well, just wave me down if you need. We understand. Okay. All right. So one more question I have about August 2nd. I read some reporting about some dispatcher errors. Sorry, I lost my place here. So it was reported that the dispatchers for the call after the person dropped off made additional mistakes, including that Channel 1 dispatcher initially mistakenly sent fire and EMS units that were already responding to another call at a different address, and that the Channel 12 dispatcher didn't catch this error or verify that the units were on the way until a 10 to 14-minute delay.
So the first thing I would say, and I mentioned this earlier, is that and the director can speak more to this, but in manual dispatch, the units that are sent are given, and in this case, this was the case, by fire EMS, the flow at the OUC to dispatch. So this is where we really work together. So when people say there was a mistake by OUC, they sent the units that they were told were available by fire EMS. And so there's a whole host of reasons for that. Again, with a system outage, right? Like there's a way in which they kind of track units before a system goes down, or like at 15-minute increments. And so everybody thought those units were available, but just starting with why those units were dispatched, that was because in a manual setting, that was what was conveyed as the units available by fire EMS to OUC.
So then I guess zooming out with your perspective as the deputy mayor with oversight over both of these agencies, what types of steps are being taken with FEMS to make sure that they have the accurate information, especially in the event of a system being down?
Yeah, so they actually issued immediately, like updated, I don't want to call it post orders, but kind of directives to their staff. And one of the things that the first policy that we're working on together, in addition to bridge dispatch, is a collective CAD outage policy that's joint between the agencies. Because again, nobody in kind of our discussions after, people did follow what were their processes, but we identified that there's a gap, that if you don't really know what's available, that perhaps we do need to work closer with the Fire Operations Center to really check GPS, all of these different things that would help us to better identify in shorter windows of time, like what units are available. We don't have the same challenge with MPD, but that was, there were a number of steps identified that some have been put in place, and part of it is our work together.
Okay, so will that additional training be part of the next multi-agency field exercise that you're doing?
Yes.
Okay.
So all of the units are tracked. And that was because we didn't have computers, that was being done at the Fire Operations Center. So bringing them in and having them being able to share that information.
Okay, thank you. So let's talk a little bit about September numbers specifically. How many 911 calls were placed in September?
So we'll of course have all of the numbers tomorrow.
Because the dashboard will be uploaded tomorrow?
Well, because the end of today's the last day of the month, so.
It takes us a little while to get all of them. So we have it takes us a little while to get all of the documents up onto the dashboard. So as of Friday around noon time, we had taken 70,486 911 calls. And out of those, 60,246 calls were answered.
Can you say that second number again?
Sure, 60,246
Were answered.
were answered.
Okay. So of that 10,000, that's a combination of people dropping off or.
That's
what?
right. That's people disconnected,
Abandoned.
or it was the abandoned phone calls. So that delta is what we consider in the industry an abandoned call.
Okay. Okay. So it's my understanding the national standard for the call to answer time is moved from 15 seconds to 20 seconds.
That's right.
What percentage of our calls in September were answered in 20 seconds or less?
77.98.
Okay. Do you understand why they changed the national standard?
The call volume was increasing for centers as well as the call processing time. So the one chart on the second slide that I shared, the DC call duration, that wasn't just us that it was increasing. It's across the nation that we're staying on the phone longer because calls are becoming more complex.
It just seems a little like if they realized that not enough call centers were meeting this standard, that they then shifted the goalpost as opposed to saying, this is still the best practice. And maybe call centers across the country are dealing with staffing challenges. It just seems a little unusual to shift the number just because not enough call centers are meeting it.
In the NENA Pulse of 911 report in 2024, which we've shared with your office, 82% of 911 centers reported being understaffed.
But I think so one of the things is if you're going to have standards, right? Like, I mean, I think they have to consider all of these things. So it's not simply the staffing piece. We talk a lot about staffing, but if call duration across the country is going up, if call volume is going up, then if we're going to set standards, right, like those things have to be taken into consideration. And so while staffing is one piece, I think APCO looked at it and was like, there's a whole host of factors that go into their calculation, including the things that we listed. And so these are not universal, but nationwide trends. And so nationwide standards need to be appropriate to what is actually happening in the nation.
Okay. One of the things that we've talked a lot about over the last couple of years that I'm really worried about is victims of domestic violence and abuse not being, or someone having a heart attack, not being able to communicate over the phone.
Mhm.
And during this interim period before the FCC can begin enforcing against the carriers for not having this location technology, how are we making sure that if someone can't communicate with a call taker what their problem is, that we're still addressing what their need is?
That's right. So we work closely with Director Porter's agency at Victim Services and Justice Grants. And so we also have Smart 911 in Washington, DC. And so if you don't already have Smart 911, it's a free app that you can download. You can put your address, you can put all the folks in your home. You can even do it for people who don't live with you. And then if they call 911, you'll get an alert to your phone that that person is called 911. So like I have it for my parent. And so if he were ever to make a call, I would get an alert that he's called 911. It also passes through the information to fire and EMS about them. So if we have an open line, we're sending somebody out, we'll know if they're diabetic, if they have heart conditions, if they're domestic, in a domestic situation.
Okay. And is that part of the public education campaign?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And our team goes out actually to all over to community events and especially with DACL and to the senior centers to help seniors and the community set up their profiles.
Okay, great. Thank you. So turning back to staffing, I want to recognize the huge amount of effort that has gone into addressing staffing that you all have been making with job fairs. I was really excited to see all of the enthusiasm a couple of weeks ago at the public safety job fair at the Armory that I joined you all at. And there were so many people who I met who were really excited to be there and part of the process. And I'm so appreciative for all of the call takers and dispatchers who do this hard work every day. Having had the chance to speak with many of them more regularly and get a deeper sense of the challenge of the job and how much they care about our city and being first responders. And that is very apparent to me in all my conversations with you all and them. As we look at the staffing numbers over the last couple of months from the dashboard, I see in June, we had 53% of our shifts had minimal staffing. July, we went down to 13%. August back to 57%. And I think you said in your testimony, we're at 47% in September. So what happened in July?
I think it's a lot of different reasons. One, if we're in really close proximity, so we had one shift, everybody got COVID, so people are out, they're coming back, and so we have to take that into account. This is a really tough job, and it gets a lot of attention, and maybe not always in a positive manner. And so the things that are happening shouldn't fall on the shoulders of the people who show up every day and work there. They are amazing individuals and a dynamic team. And so, you know, police and firefighters are fantastic and they're out in the community. And how many times do people walk by and say, thank you, such a great job? But we don't get that same opportunity because they're over there. And so one of the things that I really want to do, and one of the things that I've heard them say, is they feel appreciated within the walls of the OUC. I think we work really hard to show that, but we really want to get them out to the communities so that they can also be appreciated by the community that they're serving and be seen in a different light, because I don't think anybody really thinks about a 911 call taker until they need them. And so I think that's part of it. I also think it's a hard job, and think about your worst moment and then having to deal with that 60 to 70 times a day or more, and the stress of all the traumatic things. Every traumatic thing that happens in this city, somebody at the OUC has a hand in dealing with. And so that's just a lot of trauma. And so we have a wellness coordinator, and everybody will say that that's the best decision that I've made as a director. And we know that that program needs to grow. And so focused on doing that. But I think it's really just focusing on the people, making sure that they have technology that isn't going to let them down, and making sure that not only do they have good training, but they're really confident and comfortable in that training. And so those are the things that I think happen. And then I also think it's summertime and people want off. And so on a nice summer afternoon, maybe they're taking off. And so we're just really being intentional with how we talk with each and every one of our employees to find out why they're not there and how we could get them there.
Okay. And so to just explain the discrepancy between the June and August numbers, would you say, I'm hearing you say COVID and summer break, is that usual for
July's our
July?
busiest too. And so if I know like this is going to be another crazy day and I've just worked the 4th of July and the 5th of July and the 6th of July or the NATO or the dignitary thing, I'm tired and I don't want to do it anymore. And so I think most of the absentees that we saw were after those big events.
Okay.
Which there were a lot of in July, but I think historically July is not just at OUC, but kind of across the public safety and justice cluster, where we have some of the lower numbers and a use of a lot of overtime. It's busy, people are out of school, people take vacation.
Vacation time.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to save our discussion about staff salaries for our next roundtable, but I do want to kind of put you on notice that I do believe that salaries should be increased. I applaud the kind of creativity around trying to get people into their shifts with the bonuses, but I think that salaries should be raised so that they're sufficient to show up to your shifts. And this is something that we've been talking about for a couple of years, and we elaborated on in our committee report. And so that's something that I hope we can get to and hopefully have more of an update on in October around what we can do to, as we're all saying, recognize the hard, important work of the staff at OUC, and salary is one way to do so.
They are getting, I mean, tomorrow with the beginning of the fiscal year, they will get an increase, but certainly more is you know, they do a really, really tough job. And I just want to thank them. I don't think any of us can ever thank them enough.
Thank you. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about overtime. So I understand I'm a little more skeptical of the point around, it may be better to have 12-hour shifts because then people can get another weekend off. If, on the other hand, we're saying people are overworked and tired and it's traumatic. And so it seems beneficial to try to work more towards the 8-hour shift if we can build up the staffing. But in the meantime, how is overtime being handled? And how many of those overtime shifts are people volunteering for?
So we have, many are volunteering. I mean, we have people that come in on their days off and they enjoy working, or they'll volunteer, because, they want to, or they need to maybe. And then we also have mandatory overtime where we need people to stay over. We really don't try to call people in on their days off too much. Most of the overtime that we're mandating people, it's really to stay over for the 4 hours. We have 5 generations of employees at OUC. So we have 18-year-olds, we have a 75-year-old. And so it's very different, who wants to work what. There's a group of people who want their weekends off. There's a group of people who just want to work 8 hours, and I completely understand that. So it's really finding the sweet spot there that works for everyone. We have started to, and we started this in, I believe, July, posting for the following month on the 15th of the month prior. So on October 15th, we'll post November's scheduling. People will be able to go in. We also have a new electronic system coming in this next fiscal year that when openings are there, it'll send a text message out to everybody and they can just go on their phone and accept or reject. And that way, because right now it's a lot of phone calling or, oh, did you talk to so-and-so? Can this person come in? Antiquated methodology to get people in. So kind of moving to a more succinct method that people are really excited for, I think will help as well.
I point out one thing is, so when we talk about our first responders and the push for call takers and dispatchers to be first responders. If you look at our first responder agencies, MPD, for instance, we went to a 12-hour tour because in order for us to minimize overtime, we have to have more people available at one time. We have to meet our numbers. We have to answer the call in a fast, efficient amount of time. And so we've experimented this DYRS, DOC, Fire EMS, all of our non-shutdown agencies and what the right mix is. Very few of them with 8-hour shift is really feasible in order to make sure that 24 hours a day you're meeting these staffing. But I point that out because one of the ways that we reduced overtime or work to reduce overtime at MPD was to go to a 12-hour shift versus the 10. So we have models kind of across the space of what could work, but I point that out because it's kind of a similar thing of like, how do we make sure that we get the coverage we need, particularly that you need to make sure on midnight tour that then you also have enough people and things like that. And that is a bit of an art to get there.
And I understand the practical reality of, okay, we don't have enough staff. We have to think creatively about extending the shifts and making sure that we have coverage because that is not optional for these agencies. I guess what I more mean is, how do we get to a place that we could reduce the staff, the hour shift? And I'm trying to figure out what that number is. So for call takers, how many call takers do we have right now?
We have 88 call takers right now.
80. And how many vacancies do we have?
22 today.
22 today.
With some offers in the pipeline.
Okay. And if those 22 vacancies are filled, would we have enough call takers to move back to an 8-hour shift?
So the work that we're doing to figure out, because you have people on PFL, they're still sitting in an FTE, PFL, FMLA, extended other type of leave. So the work that we're trying to do, again, with the lab and with OBPM is what is the actual relief factor? Because it's not just, it's not a one-to-one because of leave programs. And those are filled FTE. They're not, they are in the count.
And that makes sense. But then what I hear from that is, even if we had 0 vacancies, we still need additional FTEs to get us to a place where
it's possible.
It's very possible because you would still, with our call volume where it is, you would still need 22 people at least during the daytime hours, and actually 2 shifts instead of 1 would need 22 hours each, or 22 people each day. Because let's say you worked like 7 to 3, your 3 to 11 shift would also need 22 people for
Right.
that call volume. So we've looked at that. We've looked at power shifts, especially for call taking, like a 12-hour power shift from noon to midnight. We also have to think about, we have a lot of people who use public transportation. And so safety and getting home and making sure that they're not leaving at an odd hour, if you will. And so just working closely with our labor union and with our employees to understand like what works best, but also covers the need of the city.
Okay, thank you. And I remain eager to hear what the result of that study is to figure out, because I don't want to be talking in terms of vacancies. That really is just a minimum that might need to be doubled.
Yeah, it's called what we work is called a permanent Pittman schedule, and it's you work the 12 hours, and you either a Pittman schedule is you work days, 2 days of nights, and then two day works, 2 night works. We do permanent, so either work day or night. And so this is a very common schedule in our industry. And folks, that is one thing that we've kind of like afforded them, is they can choose days or nights, because that helps them with their family planning.
Okay. Let's talk about the dispatchers a little bit. So how many dispatchers are currently employed at OUC?
91.
And how many vacancies?
19, and we have a couple of part-time people.
How many part-time? Or how many are full-time and how many are part-time?
7 part-time.
7 part-time and
Yes.
84 full-time?
Full-time, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 91 full-time, 3 part-time, and 18 vacancies. The majority on police.
Okay, so 18 vacancies total. And how many of those are MPD dispatch vacancies?
4.
So 14 for FEMS?
Yes, 14 are MPD and 4 are FEMS.
Oh, 14.
I'm sorry, I said that backwards.
Got it. Okay, and similarly, if all of those vacancies are filled, would that get us to what you presented on your PowerPoint, that we'd have 6 dispatchers in any given shift for FEMS?
We'd actually have 7, and one would have 8 for FEMS.
Okay, which would allow things like breaks and
That's right.
coverage.
So we allow for breaks now. That's why we have 6, because we have 4 channels. And so 6 people allows for the breaks and such, or for a call out, but this will give us a little more flexibility. And then we'll be further flexible as we cross train MPD dispatchers as FEMS dispatchers.
Okay. I just want to raise this to you because it was an idea that came from some folks at OUC, and I thought it was a good one around training. And I know that you've been working on continuous education around the geographic training, but it was raised that to have people engage in the training who have a public safety background in particular would be useful. And then similarly, if someone who was a dispatcher maybe for FEMS was also trained for MPD, that could allow for some flow on a night where multiple people called out and there was a shortage.
That's right. So one of the call takers that I saw in the picture, she is both, or all 3. She's a call taker, she's a fire dispatcher, she's a police dispatcher, and then we have 1 other. So we have 2 that are all 3. In 2025, one of the goals after we get everybody through training is we're going to start adding on dispatchers from the opposite to train in the other. So in the next police class, there will be fire dispatchers. They've already been identified. There will be 8 in each class from MPD dispatch. So 2 from each shift will go. They'll be assigned to the fire dispatch class, and then we'll pull 1 from each FEMS class, and they'll train in MPD.
Great, thank you so much. And when do you think that will be up and running?
So the goal is 2025. We'll get everybody over on that side kind of cross-trained. There also will be cross-trained to be call takers. Most of our FEMS dispatchers kept their call taking training up. Not all of the MPD ones did for various reasons. And so they all will go back to call taker training. They will have the CTOs, they'll do the daily observation reports, they'll go through the full call taker training. piece and be able to take calls as well as dispatch. And so everybody will have all of the disciplines, as we call them, in their toolbox. So instead of just saying, okay, only these 5 people can only do FEMS, these 12 people can only do MPD, we'll have 50 plus people on each shift and everybody will be able to do everything.
Great. I think that will be a huge help.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I'm excited to see that implemented. Okay, we talked about the tragic death of the infant and what went on there. I want to raise a couple of other incidents over the last couple of months and get a better understanding of what went wrong and also what the response was within OUC. So in May of 2024, there was a fire in an apartment building at 1704 R Street Southeast. A man reportedly called 911, waited 10 minutes for firefighters to arrive, but nobody showed. It was reported that FEMS should have been dispatched to 1704 R Street Southeast, but was instead dispatched to 1704 R Street Northwest, and that ultimately sprinklers put out the fire. I've seen reporting that said that you said, Director, that the caller did not initially identify a quadrant and fire and EMS was dispatched to 2 different quadrants. OUC is committed to being transparent about how we critically evaluate performance, understand root causes, integrate best practices, and quickly implement changes to ensure accuracy of dispatch. Do you know what happened in this case?
So that's a case where what the caller was giving us and what was showing up on the location were different. And so when that happens, we train our call takers to put both sets of information into the CAD card. They put what the caller gave us into the main address, the dispatchable one, and then they put in a critical note for whatever else the system is giving us.
Okay, so is it your recollection that 2 dispatches were sent to?
So I will have to go back and look. When those things happen, those are conversations that our FEMS supervisor typically our OUC supervisor, who is supervising the fire dispatchers, typically has with the fire liaison officer about what to do. And then, those notes are available in CAD for battalion chiefs responding units. And those are the conversations that we're having in the rooms about what should our next steps be. And I think that those are things that, especially now that we have this joint committee stood up, that we'll all kind of be on the same page about, not just acknowledging it, but really having a plan. If we get to disparate addresses, what are we going to do with that? Are we just going to dispatch to one? Are we going to dispatch to both? What's going to be the root cause? Because right now our policy is just to make someone from the fire liaison's office that's there with us aware of the situation.
Okay. And is it your view that those duplications or duality of address will be reduced once the FCC rule comes into effect?
We'll be able to rely on the information that the system provides us more so than what the caller is telling us.
Okay.
Yes.
Have there been conversations with the FCC about moving up that timeline?
No, I haven't individually. The industry has pushed for this and I think we got here. And so now what we are doing is our tech teams have been talking with our carriers, to move it up for, in this region, because we do as a region take so many 911 calls.
And I think that a lot of members of the public would be shocked to learn that the current system does not require the carriers to provide accurate data. Do you want to provide a little more context about what this issue is?
I think there's a lot of mis and disinformation about location and how easy it is for us to find you. That's not always the case. I was telling Councilmember Bonds earlier, even with location, it's a metered circular area. That's great if you're somewhere out in rural America. It's not so great for those of us that are in cities where there's a high concentration of people. And so we're really trying to do the things that we can do and implementing technology. One of the things that you're going to see coming with this right call thing is something called What 3 Words, where we're going to be able to send you a link, and we're going to, you'll be able to accept the link. It'll use your location from your phone, and we're going to ask you, what 3 words do you see? The whole globe is set into 10 by 10 spaces, and each 10 by 10 has 3 words that identify that little 10 by 10 square. And so that works with our current CAD system, that works with Rapid SOS. And that's just another tool. And that's going to be really handy when you think about places like the National Mall or Rock Creek Park, where you're like, I'm in the park and I don't remember where I'm at. Because that way, then we can pass that information on and pinpoint, because every piece of apparatus, every cruiser out there has a map in it, and we'll be able to pinpoint exactly where. So even if you're close, they'll be able to do turn by turn directions to your location.
Okay, thank you. When will that system update be available?
We'll keep you updated. It's we are working through all the details for the fiscal year here. With all the technology, we're really trying to fast track this, understanding that there's a big need for it.
Okay.
While also not overloading our system, our call
Yes, that's
takers, or
right.
anybody else. Because I point out the one thing is every time we do technology, our call takers also tell us it can become a lot. So really part of our process right now is evaluating like what is best, because it's not always more technology. So I point that.
But when we talk to them about this one, this is really helpful, because most of the time you've sat in and listened to calls. I've had some of your colleagues. A lot of it is back and forth about where the caller is versus anything else that we're doing while we're on the call with them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, another incident from May. There was a fatal car crash on 16th Street Northwest close to Monroe Street when a driver drove into a tree. Certain callers reported that when they called 911, no one answered. This is the timeline that OUC, I believe, provided to the news. They first received a 911 call at 10:27 p.m. Fire and EMS and DC Police dispatched 30 seconds after the initial 911 call. The first police officer arrived 13 seconds later. The first fire and EMS unit arrived at 10:32 p.m., which is 5 minutes and 6 seconds from when they were dispatched. So where is that discrepancy coming from?
So I'm pretty sure that I did that timeline. I feel like I did, but so just like Director McGaffin said, there are a time where there are spikes where there were multiple calls coming in for that one crash. So what we're saying is that the first call that we received, dispatch happened. No one is disputing that others may not have. It was a Friday night. It was a rainy Friday night. I distinctly recall this, that there may have been a wait time, or that what we say is people need to stay on the line. And I know that there were kind of in us looking like people hanging up. We're not disputing that. What we're saying is that there were multiple calls for that particular incident, that very quickly within the first call that we received right after the accident, I believe Major Crash report that the accident was approximately 10:27. So within moments, we received a call, dispatch happened in a timely fashion, and MPD and Fire EMS arrived very quickly to the scene.
Okay. And so in those cases where residents are reporting that they called and weren't able to get through, you know, when someone comes to us with them and we raise it to you, Director, you're always very responsive about looking up the specific call and providing some context. But for those residents that don't reach out to you or to us or another colleague about those incidents, what do you think is happening there? I know you talked about some people dropping off the call, but this, and we hear it regularly enough, that to cause serious concern, that people are waiting and waiting and no one's answering. Where do you think that discrepancy is coming from?
So as far as why are people dropping off,
or if there's some other tech issue that we're not aware of on the OUC side, that we're not getting all the calls, or that there's some other issue?
So, okay. So yes, when you call 911 and we are experiencing a spike in call volume, you are getting a cue that says, you've reached DC 911, please don't hang up. That is considered a delivered call to DC 911. As long as you don't hang up, you'll stay in that queue. If you do hang up, we've got you and we're going to call you back. One of the vendors was not considering that a delivered call they were dropping callers. So your staff and I were walking through some investigations, and I said, well, this is strange. This person hung up right at this mark. And then the next one, I was like, this is not a coincidence. I don't believe in those. And so we need to do a little bit of extra digging. So I immediately got our IT team on the phone, and they were like, this is very weird. And so we have reached back to the carrier, who said, no, that we're not doing that. And then I started talking to my colleagues across the nation, and they were like, oh, wait, that's happening here too now that we're looking at it. And so we wrote a memo. We've had conversations. We have a workaround, but we're holding that carrier responsible. A call is delivered to a 911 center when the queue picks up. They can't drop those calls. That's a problem. And so we've escalated that to the appropriate places. We've really put this on the forefront with 911 directors across the nation. We sent you a memo about what was happening, because it was with you that I discovered that this was really a problem and not just people hanging up. And so that was a carrier issue. We're holding that carrier accountable. AT&T is our EZNet provider. They've been involved in the conversations. They were able to help provide a workaround in the meantime, but that carrier will have to make fixes on their end so that they're delivering the call the proper way, just like the other two are being made to deliver it.
Okay, and what carrier is that?
It's Verizon.
Okay, and when you say we're holding them accountable and they have to make changes, what does that look like in
We're
practice?
meeting with them almost every other day to say, where are you? What does this look like? What does the back end look like?
Okay, so is it fair to say then that for residents or anyone calling 911 whose call was not answered, it was likely because the carrier dropped the call when they were waiting in the queue, or they hung up when they got the queue message?
It could be. It also could be, especially if people are like in a building, out of buildings, there are many reasons. I promise you that we're looking at, and we can see no one's picking up the phone and hanging up. We're monitoring that kind of thing very closely. So when there are disconnects, it's an abandoned call. And so now we're really in tune to looking at why calls are getting abandoned, where before, it's probably a tech related thing. Oh, my watch made the call. Let me just stop it. We're being really intentional with how we look at abandoned calls once they hit our system.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for sharing that. And I think this is another area where public education is very important, similar to the FCC issue.
Absolutely.
People I talk to across the city, and I tell them about this challenge, nobody knew about it. Similarly with this carrier. And I think as we talk about morale and making sure that our 911 call takers feel and are supported, and that people in the public are recognizing them, it's also important to engage in this public education campaign, so that everybody's on the same page of all the players involved in the complicated system, so that we can really move to these improvements. At the next hearing in October, will you be able to have an update from Verizon about what steps they have taken to make sure this is not a problem?
Sure. And we can update the committee and your office in the meantime with what we find out from them as well.
Okay. Just want to set that as a timeline,
Absolutely.
since we have that coming. That would
And also, I think it's important while we're talking about, really understanding 911. When you think about fire departments and police departments, they're centuries old. 911 is 50 years old. And the technology that we were running off of until Next Generation was the same technology that the very first phone call was made off of, through like Ma Bell. And so it's not a technology, it's still a technology that we're figuring out. And so there are things, and, I think it's important for folks to know that Verizon is being responsive in how they're handling this, because as we're moving to Next Gen, we need to know how the calls get delivered and the things to look for that would cause that to not happen.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. One more incident I wanted to raise that also happened in August. There are reports that a dispatch relating to a baby not breathing sent responding units to 3100 16th Street Northwest instead of 3900. I'm told that OUC looked into this and it seemed that the dispatcher might have ignored the software's location data reminder around the dispatch. Washington Post reported that there's been 18 tech disruptions since December of 2023. So is there a related nature of the tech issues there, or what happened with this incident?
Those weren't related. That was independent of anything, and we've taken appropriate personnel action there.
Okay. Okay. So for these incidents that we've talked about, could you all send the committee the CAD reports for these? This is for.
Yeah, we actually, that was one that Councilmember Allen asked for, the 813, so we can send all of them.
Yeah, he had a further concern on that one about it being 9 years instead of months, and so
right.
we'll look at that.
Okay, so we'll have that for the August 2nd infant, the 3100 16th Street, the 16th Street Northwest car crash, and then the 1704 R Street Southeast double dispatch.
Yes.
Okay, that would be great. So in Security C, we passed a provision providing for more granular information on the dashboard. When can we expect that law to be followed?
Sure. So we have the updates for the staffing are coming. That'll be more granular. And then the other piece is the time to dispatch. So this is going to take a little bit of explaining. OUC is responsible to get the call to dispatch and then certainly to dispatch a unit to it. We can only dispatch a unit to a call if a unit from one of our partner agencies is available. A call doesn't show as dispatched until we actually take that unit and assign them the call. Now we can voice a call and let them know that it's holding or pending, but unless we have a unit to assign it to, then it's not going to show as dispatched. So that's one thing that we're working through. The other thing that we're working through is more kind of fire centric, and that's this. If we dispatch a first alarm fire and we do it in 30 seconds, and then they ask for a second alarm and we dispatch all those units, and then let's say they ask for the canteen. The dispatch time for that is going to be the average of every unit that went. So even if the canteen was like an hour later, it's going to make it look like it took us 30 minutes to dispatch a priority 1 call, which isn't accurate information. And so we're working closely. Our data analysts are working with the data analyst at our partner agencies so that we have really good usable data that's not really skewed by some of these anomalies, because typically in a 911 center, you're responsible for call to dispatch queue. And I understand what you're looking for. We just have to figure out how to make that data across the system and not just at OUC, if that makes sense.
So I think kind of what Director McGaffin is saying is that we're sensitive to the fact that OUC obviously has their data, and some of what's requested is fire EMS and MPD data. So to the extent that OUC is sharing anything past dispatch is really fire EMS and MPD data, which is being asked for. How that's done and is really what we're trying to work through, because it's not technically OUC's data, right? OUC is not, after dispatch happens, they're kind of not.
So let me take those comments in turn. First, when you said the staffing information is forthcoming, when can we expect that to be published?
So that's easy. So we kind of have that ready to go. So on the next update, that's all of our information. So we were able to kind of break that down. So in the October one, that'll be it. Our goal is for October for the dispatch as well. It's just really working with our 2 partner agencies so that we can take all of those records and put them together.
But when you say October, because last month, and we followed up with you all, every month that the Security C was signed into law in March. What does that mean? Because tomorrow is October 1st.
So we typically take about 5 days to post the month previous.
The month data.
So it's Monday. So by Friday, I would say the staffing data will be this more granular exhibit that we have in the slide deck.
Okay.
That'll look that way.
So we can expect that this Friday. And then in terms of the dispatching, I totally understand the complication with the data, which is why we tried to work with not just OUC, but FEMS and MPD during during putting together of Secure DC to make sure that we could have access to this data and make sure that it was usable. Understand that it's a little bit complicated, and that's why I'm happy you're here as well, Deputy Mayor, because it is going to take some pull-in from other agencies, not just OUC, even though it's an OUC produced dashboard. And so I guess my expectation was that, we passed, the mayor signed this bill in March. We're now in October tomorrow. Those kinks to work out feel like they could have been worked out within the last 6 months.
So I understand. One of the things is just so in looking at the data that's requested, OUC provides, in fact, much more and a higher frequency than what's requested in the bill. Much of it is monthly. Most of the data we provide is on a weekly basis and otherwise. On the MPD and fire EMS data, I'm committed to working together, but I do also sort of put forth that OUC being held responsible for other agencies' data. To be clear, there's a lot of accountability that this agency is held to. So while I appreciate that the mandate is for OUC to publish this data, there is also a sensitivity to the fact that whatever OUC puts out, OUC becomes accountable. So I think what we're trying to do is make sure that there's a high level of comfort. And also while we're working through all the other issues that we're able to appropriately post what's being asked for, because it isn't quite a one-to-one matchup. So I think there is a bit of sensitivity on the side of OUC and our side that if we put up data that says 30 minutes, it's not simple. Like no part of our data systems are that simple, that they will be held accountable. And by they, I mean likely OUC in here. So it's not an attempt to evade or otherwise. We're producing a lot of data, but these kind of one piece where it's beyond OUC and now into the other agencies is more complex. But I am committed to working together with the three agencies to figure out how to get there.
Okay, and I certainly am sympathetic to that reality, and that's why we work very hard to work very closely with you all throughout the promulgation of any legislation to make sure that it's not just an idea in theory, but can actually be implemented. And it sounds a little to me like what you're saying is you don't agree with the law or you don't think it should be out of OUC, and so you're not doing it.
No, what I'm saying is that it is not OUC data. So OUC being held accountable for other agencies' data is already a difficult position to put partner agencies in because OUC will be the agency that's in here on their dashboard talking about or otherwise. So to the extent there are other agencies, which one agency is required to publish their data, we are sensitive to the need to take into account what the other agencies' data is capable of and how we are able to put this together in a manner that is meeting the requirements of the law.
Would you say it would make more sense to have the data published on your website?
I mean, I don't know that we need to break out that one piece because really what we're talking about is right now what OUC is publishing is call to dispatch queue, right? So the piece of data we're talking about, there's dispatch queue to dispatch. And then after that, there's also a requirement that there's time to from dispatch to arrival. That is not OUC data. So really what we're working on is that piece, which is outside of. The agency is in a position, like we said in October, to publish the data that is purely theirs. But after they dispatch, that really is, even if we have one CAD system, that is the responding agencies. So when we are having an agency that really has a whole host of its own data to publish, now being responsible for other agencies, I think no one is saying we're not going to do it. We're trying to do it in a manner that meets what is the requirement of the law, but it also is sensitive to the realities that there are times where people may not enter their arriving information immediately at MPD, right? Which then it's going to look like priority one calls are answered in 25 minutes, which may not be accurate. And who.
Right. But that's why I'm asking you,
Yeah.
as shifting away from OUC for a moment, you as deputy mayor with oversight over FEMS and MPD and OUC, does it make more sense to have
That one piece on our
information
website?
housed with the deputy mayor's office?
That's fine. I
Because
mean.
then it won't be, I'm just thinking out loud.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to do that, right? Like to have that piece so that it's not kind of tied back to whether or not anything that OUC publishes becomes about what OUC did or did not do, right? People are not going to make the distinction that after dispatch, OUC is no longer really an entity that is responsible for who got to the priority one call or when, right? But they become responsible because it's published as part of their dashboard. So to the extent it's a systemic piece of data, I'm happy for us to figure out how to embed that in our website, at least that portion, so that they're responsible for what is their responsibility.
Okay, well, let's follow up about that, because I do think this is, again, when people are talking about kind of public perception of trust, you know, every time we followed up, the response has been, we're working on it, we're gonna get it up soon. You know, last month it was, or in August, it was, we're about to get it up, and then September, it was, we'll get it up by October. It wasn't, we need to figure out this additional piece. I knew that there were, of course, complicating factors with other agencies, and that was something we talked about with the legislation when we were putting it together. But this sounds like something that we need to have some additional conversations about. And I think when the perception is there's a law that's been passed and it's just not being followed, it leads to more confusion and distrust, which sometimes, to your point, is put on OUC when maybe it shouldn't be.
So also, I think it's really important for people to understand this. Yes, we have one CAD system, and I'm really grateful for that because I know there's some cities that don't. But our record management system, which is the back end, we have 3. FEMS is running one, MPD is running one, and we're running one. And so those are the systems that have to interface with one another to get the data that we're looking for here. So I just want to, while I'm here, just make it clear, like we weren't like, oh, we're not doing it. That requires us to get those folks on the phone from those different companies to build these interfaces and look at this data and see how we're going to do that. So it does take time, and certainly we'll continue to get there to that goal.
Well, thank you. Thank you both very much for being here today. And I remain very invested in the success of OUC. And I'll reiterate how much I appreciate all of the people who do this important work. And thank you all for leading this agency and the public safety cluster, because every district resident has a huge stake in the outcome and the success and the efficiency of OUC being 100% accurate and transparent and accountable. And so we're going to keep working hard with you every day on these improvements. And we look forward to seeing you at next month's hearing, where we'll get some updated results of some of the interventions that you've been implementing. And we'll continue doing these tours and visits of the agency as well. And in October, we're going to be looking at 2 pieces of legislation as well at that same roundtable that I introduced earlier this month, one around transparency and accountability for the release of after action reports and CAD reports, and the second to provide childcare for our first responders. So I thank you all in advance for being there and some of the updated information you're going to send to the committee. Thank you again for all of those who participated in today's roundtable, those who testified, those who wrote in, those who have communicated with us about concerns or ideas they have. We really appreciate all of your involvement, and to my colleagues. With that, the time is now 3:25 p.m. on the same day that we started.